Okay,
We're live.
thank you. Good evening and welcome to this Boston School Committee retreat. I'm School Committee Chair Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask my colleagues to unmute and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Because this is the remote session, I'll ask Ms. Sullivan to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Present.
Mr. Cardet Hernandez,
Present.
Ms. Lopera,
Present.
Ms. Mercer,
Present.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Present.
Mr. Tran,
Present.
Mr. O'Neill, Ms. Robinson.
Present.
All members are present with the exception of Mr. O'Neill, who will be joining us shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Tonight's session is being shared live on Zoom. It will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the March 8th meeting link. The agenda and retreat materials have been translated in all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The committee is pleased to be offering live simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo Verdeano, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. After the interpreters finish introducing themselves and providing Zoom instructions, we will activate the interpretation icon, the globe, at the bottom of your screen. Click the icon to select your language preference. Will our Spanish interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Espanol?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the school committee. Muy buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Mi nombre es Randolph Domínguez. Voy a estar trabajando esta noche con mi compañera Luz Barreto y Neara, que me van a estar acompañando, ofreciendo los servicios de interpretación. Para poder accesar los servicios de interpretación, por favor, buscar en la parte inferior de su pantalla un globo y van a pulsar allí. Van a seleccionar el idioma español y van a poder acceder a la reunión del idioma español. Si están utilizando una tableta o un celular, por favor buscar 3 puntos. Pulsan allí y seleccionan el idioma español para poder accesar a esta reunión en español. Muy buenas noches y muchas gracias.
Thank you. Will our Haitian Creole interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Haitian Creole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Sergio Saint-Hilaire, Haitian Creole interpreter. C'est moi-même avec Nadège qui a assuré l'interprétation pour séance après-midi. Nous disons en direct dans étant la passé. Nous demandons pour suivre avec attention et pour dire tout ça qu'on a besoin pour dire et n'a traduit pour. Si vous avez besoin d'entrer dans la conversation, vous cliquez en bas écran là, vous pouvez globe là, vous cliquez et puis vous joindre langue créole là, vous capable d'entrer là-dedans. Pas hésiter, nous là avec vous. Merci beaucoup et bonne écoute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Will our Cabo Verdeano interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Cabo Verdeano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Josiane, and Armando and I will be your simultaneous Cape Verdean interpreters. Boa tarde, meu nome é Josiane, juntamente com Armando, nos a ser meus intérpretes de crioulo, pois note ali, para nós ter acesso à interpretação simultânea, nós clica no ícone de globo, na parte inferior de nosso ecrã e seleciona Cabo Verdeano. Se nós até usa algum dispositivo móvel, nós clica na parte superior, naquele 3 pontinhos, e faz o mesmo processo, seleciona Cabo Verdeano. Muito obrigada e boa tarde. Thank you.
Thank you. Will our Cantonese interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Cantonese?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi everyone, my name is Terry. Anna and I will be your Cantonese interpreters. 大家好，我係 Terry。Anna 同我咧今日咧會同大家會做呢個同傳嘅服務嘅。咁一陣咧，你見到一個地球嘅圖標咧，你就撳落去，咁揀 Cantonese，你就可以成功進入呢個廣東話嘅頻道㗎。咁如果你用手機或者係平板電腦上嚟嘅話咧，你可以點下屏幕下邊嘅3個點，再點下呢個更多，亦都可以入到呢個廣東話 Cantonese 嘅頻道嘅。好，我哋一陣見啦。Thank you.
Thank you. Will our Mandarin interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Mandarin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. I'm Tina Wei Li, and I will be your Mandarin interpreter tonight. 大家好，今天晚上我和李伟来做您的普通话的同传翻译。那么，如果您是用电脑上线的，请你选择等他们把这个翻译的功能打开之后，选择地球仪，然后选我们的普通话的频道。如果您是用平板或者是手机上线的，麻烦你点3个点，然后寻找这个语言的选项，选我们的普通话。一会儿我跟李伟会半个小时一换，祝您今晚过得愉快。Thank you very much.
Thank you. Will our Vietnamese interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Vietnamese?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vi. Duyên and I will be your Vietnamese interpreter for tonight's meeting. Kính chào quý vị, tôi tên là Vi, tôi sẽ là thông dịch viên của quý vị ngày hôm nay. Xin quý vị nhìn vào màn hình và tìm quả cầu. Khi tìm thấy quả cầu thì bấm vào đó, tìm tiếng Việt để có thể nghe được thông dịch viên dịch lại cho quý vị hiểu. Cảm ơn rất nhiều. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have 2 ASL interpreters, Sharon Mendez and Katie McFarland. Thank you. Thank you all for assisting us this evening. Thank you to all of the BPS staff behind the scenes who also provide support for our virtual meetings to run smoothly. We will now activate the interpretation icon at the bottom of your screen. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you to everyone who signed up for public comment. Sign up for public comment closed today at 4:30 p.m. Please make sure that you are signed into Zoom under the same name you used to sign up for public comment. You can use the Zoom tools to rename yourself so that committee staff will be able to recognize you when it comes time to call on you. Thank you for your cooperation. Tonight's retreat is an opportunity for the school committee, the superintendent, and the community to come together to regroup, reassess, and organize ourselves around some common goals. The past 2 years have been a time of great change, from navigating the disruptions caused by pandemic to multiple mayoral transitions. 4 of our school committee members have been on the committee for less than a year. We've seen a lot of change in a relatively short period of time. As your chair, I feel it's important for us to come together, reconnect, and plan our way forward in a cohesive and organized way to develop good habits and to end the school year strong. Our kids deserve nothing less. I want to briefly review our goals for this evening. We are going to start out with a team building activity. Then we'll review our meeting structure and invite members to share any organizational or procedural questions they may have. We'll receive an update on school committee goals and values from the Office of Data and Accountability. We'll take a 15-minute break. When we reconvene, we'll establish our priority topics and set our meeting agendas for the remaining of the school year. We'll discuss next steps. And finally, we'll set aside 20 minutes for public comment before closing out the retreat. As you can see, we have a full agenda. Before we dive in, I'd like to invite our superintendent, Dr. Brenda Casalius, to give opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone for being here this evening and all of those who are in the listening audience. This is a really important day for the school committee to come together. Been really excited for the new members to come on board and to have this time. And I know the chair, the vice chair, and I have been anxiously waiting your arrival for a couple of months now, given the transition. The purpose of this retreat today is to plan for future school committee meetings and to discuss our joint organizational values that we have and then the goals that we want to set. to identify strategies to optimize our time together during meetings and to maximize our time so that we can benefit and focus on our kids, their families, and the staff that we serve throughout the entire BPS community. In addition, tonight is about some team building and building rapport with one another, taking time to get to know each other. It's kind of been hard in these Zoom boxes to try to do that during the pandemic, but we will be able to get together soon, hopefully in person. I wish we were in person this evening, but soon we'll be able to get together. As we've discussed, obviously you all know that I will be transitioning at the end of the year, but even though I am here as a clear indicator that I am still very committed to this district and to a smooth transition and to ensuring that each of you has everything you need to successfully do your job so that our children get what they need. I'm here to offer any input and guidance and share any experiences and progress that we've made over the past 3 years here in our schools, and specifically highlight some of the challenges and opportunities before us. I'm excited by the energy of this entire committee. It's clear that all of you have incredible passion and commitment to this work, that you are going to be a dynamic board who is going to make a difference for our children, and that you care deeply about our kids and the overall community in Boston. And I want to thank you for signing up to what is often a very thankless and challenging assignment. We have some really difficult choices to make as a body over the next few years. We have declining enrollment. Our facilities are in disrepair and need significant upgrades. There's inconsistent quality of academics and opportunity across the district, particularly in our curriculum and the offerings and enrichment that we offer our students. And we have decided to prioritize what we call the quality guarantee so that all students get what they need and deserve and what families have told us that they expect. I've laid out a vision and our 4 pillars for the quality guarantee that every student should have, including high quality academics that are ethnically and culturally responsive, also that are more rigorous as we've passed the Mass Core, and so that there's a clear alignment from pre-K all the way through grade 12. That there's enrichment and opportunities. This was something that parents told me in those first meetings I had in those first 100 days. They believe that their children, and they really should, get arts, and they should have opportunities with athletics, student government, and safe places to go before and after school. They should have opportunity for debate and PE and all the things that, we know lend to a high quality liberal arts education. They should have high quality facilities, modern buildings with the amenities that suburban kids are afforded, like science labs, technology, ability to do robotics classes, libraries, which is in the budget this year to start our 5-year expansion, gymnasiums, and performance spaces and opportunities for the arts and visual arts and green spaces and gardens and playgrounds. These are the things that parents expect and want to have. And then, of course, the way that we support our students and our families, resources for families, such as family liaisons and social workers and counselors, to be the connective tissue so that students don't fall through the cracks and so that they succeed. We started a lot of this work, as you know, but it's going to take continued action from this committee and a continued investment from the city so that we can ensure that this quality guarantee lives on and that every single one of our kids has these wonderful opportunities. And I think that's what actually is going to stave the enrollment issue within our school and build confidence and also build a collective trust with our parents and community. And it's extremely important to me that I leave the district in a strong place for the next superintendent. And knowing that they have a really strong school committee who has come together around a common set of values and beliefs and strategies to ensure children succeed and that families succeed is something that's going to be really attractive for the next superintendent and for the search. And so I'm confident as we go forward because we've passed these important policies. We've directed historic investments and we've gotten city and federal investments. We started to modernize our buildings with clean water and air conditioning. And we've advocated for the important changes that our students need. And as student first changes, student-centered changes that our students need for their overall well-being. We've made great progress over these 3 years and as a community, and we've done this together. And tonight's meeting provides a space to explore how we can build on that progress. I want to thank you for your commitment in advance to this meeting and for your service to this community and to the children we serve. I look forward to working with all of you as we live into our mission of ensuring every student in every school gets what they need. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I was muted. I just want to say thank you, Superintendent, and thank you for everything that you've done to get us to this place, and that we will continue to work forward on behalf of all of our students. So thank you. To achieve our goals for this retreat, I've asked AJ Cravel, Director of Governance for the Council of Great City Schools, to facilitate tonight's session. Mr. Cravel has extensive experience with school board organizing and sharing best practices. Last year, he played a key role facilitating this committee's process of establishing our goals and values. Tonight, we're going to receive an update on those goals from our Office of Data and Accountability and use that information to plan our agenda for the remainder of the school year in a way that is focused on student outcomes. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Cravel.
Madam Chair, may I just say one thing before
Yes, please do.
Crabhill starts speaking? Just for a background for our newer members, AJ Crabhill is the Director of Governance for the Council of Great City Schools, which Boston is a member of, long-term member of. AJ is the former board chair of the Kansas City School Board and was also the Director of Governance for the Texas, Director of School Board Governance for the Texas School Board Authority, which would be the equivalent of RDESI. So that is the state governing authority for the state of Texas. And Mr. Crabhill really developed the program for school boards to look at how to be more focused on student outcomes versus adult inputs. That's a phrase you're going to be hearing a lot tonight from Mr. Crabhill as he speaks. Mr. Crabhill, on behalf of the council, literally travels the country working with school boards across the country on the goals and values, as we said, or goals and guardrails, as he will catch himself saying a few times today. And boards that have had success in working on this have really found that they have shifted to focusing on student outcomes, which is a much better role for a school board to be focusing our time on. So he will not be telling you about his background. So I just wanted you to understand up front that he knows of what he is speaking. And has spent a long time working with Boston, and as I said, many other districts across the country as well. So welcome to Mr. Crabhill. Nice to have you in Boston or remotely, AJ. I'm not sure, are we wearing cowboy boots tonight, even as you're spending time with your Boston colleagues?
Every night's a cowboy boot night in Texas, Michael.
Well, welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Crabble, take it away.
Thank you. It's a joy to get to be with you all again. If we could lower the slides. We have slides, and what'll happen is we'll put them up from time to time, usually for just about a second or so. But for the most part, what I really want to do is engage in a conversation. So we'll be looking at each other while we talk. I can only see one of our interpreters. Is it possible to see the board school committee members?
That's who you see right now. Do you see? Oh,
okay, now I can see everyone. I'm sorry.
can you now see? Yeah, we're all on that front screen. Yes.
Excellent. So my role this evening is to really help you all get through the things that are on your agenda. And so what I will be doing is just trying to help us move through the conversation, make sure that different voices all get heard, but that we can also proceed with haste. I'll also give you a heads up that I am on my Plan B internet because Plan A died and Plan B looks like it's not far behind. So I may I may be losing you sooner than anticipated. If that happens, I do apologize. Until then, a couple of norms to watch for to help facilitate the conversation and make sure that we move with haste. A couple of hand signals I'll offer in advance of giving verbal notice. That sometimes when we're having conversations, it'll be important to try to keep your amount of contribution to a reasonable amount. I'll generally be keeping time, somewhere a minute or two before asking people to move on. A gentle way that I often do that is just this hand signal to indicate that it'd be really helpful for you to wrap it up so that we can make sure we hear from your colleagues. Sometimes, however, it won't be that you're going on topic. Sometimes it will be that you're going on off topic. What you should expect to see the hand signal indicating that is the big T, which is indication that you have gone on a tangent. And that is my way of inviting you to come back from said tangent so that we can get the rest of our work accomplished for the evening. So with that said, the first practice of these norms is a team building activity. As your board chair said, it has been a real struggle, not just in Boston, but across the nation. And a lot of board members like yourselves haven't had as much time to really connect, especially as you've had a lot of new board members coming and going. And so the way that your team wanted to start this evening was to begin with a team building activity where each of you take an opportunity to share, all 9 of you, take an opportunity to share what are 3 interesting things about you. And then afterwards, if somebody has a question or two, to try to better understand one of the interesting things that you surfaced, that we'll make a little bit of time for that. But don't be surprised when this comes out, because we want to give you a little bit of time to get to know each other and to get to be known to each other. But it's not the only thing we have to do this evening. So with that as an intro, the floor is open. Who will be the first to share 3 interesting things about yourself? Who'll be the first to share? Yeah, Lorena. Go ahead and jump in.
Brave volunteer before I'm volunteered. So my name is Lorena Lopera, and 3 semi-interesting things about me are in 8th grade, I told my very Latino parents that they had 4 years to get used to the idea that their only daughter was going to move out and go to college. So that's an interesting thing about me as a spunky teenager. I became a US citizen when I was a senior in college. That's a second interesting thing about me. And this is really random. But I once shaved my hair off to raise funds and awareness for a nonprofit organization that works with children who have cancer. So those are my 3 random facts.
3 interesting things. Anyone have questions? Anyone need some clarity about any of those 3? Anyone have a question for your colleague?
What was the response from your family?
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering.
That was it.
There was shock and silence, mostly from my dad, but he came around to it. And then he was convinced that I would go to college and I would come back and live in the house forever and ever. But that was another conversation.
Well, Lorena, thank you and welcome to the conversation. Thanks for getting the party started right.
Ms. Lopera, you said, the second one you said you became a US citizen when? Your senior year?
Senior in college?
At BC, yes.
And what number of the family were you in doing that?
I was the second to do it. My mom led the way, and then I followed suit women leading the way in our family.
All right.
What else is new?
Yes.
Well, thank you not only for leading the way in your family, but in this activity.
Thank you.
Who will be the next to share your 3 interesting facts? Yeah, quite welcome.
No, I was interested in asking Member Lopera another question that I'm not sharing mine yet, but just following up on Michael O'Neill question regarding the citizenship. From the time you enter the U.S. until the time that you became U.S. citizen, how many years was that? And why did it take that long?
That's a great question. It was, I want to say it was about 16 years from when I came to the country to when I became a citizen. No, it might have been, it's longer than that. It was 18 years. And why did it take so long? I was undocumented for a good portion of my childhood. And then when we finally did get permanent residency, I initially didn't really see the point, the real benefit of becoming, I was a child, right? I didn't see the point of becoming a citizen. And then I was in college and I wanted to vote and I couldn't vote. And I wanted the opportunity to do that. And so my roommates helped me to study to get my citizenship.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Thank you.
All right, so the privilege of being the person who goes first is that you got to field 3 questions. At max, we're probably going to limit it to 2 for everybody else. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night. And depending on how long things go, we may have to cut it down to 1 question per person. So it behooves you, if you really want to dive in, to go sooner rather than later. So again, Lorena, thank you. Who will be the next to go? Rafaela, welcome. Take it away. What are your 3 facts?
Yes. Hi, my name is Rafaela Polanco.
Hola, me llamo Rafaela Polanco.
Soy la única hispanohablante que tiene el comité hispanohablante con un inglés no muy fluido que tiene el comité de las escuelas públicas de Boston. Un placer.
I am the only Spanish-speaking member of the Committee of the Public School Systems of Boston. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
Quiero compartir algo que me pasó casi recién graduada de la carrera de Derecho en República Dominicana.
I want to share something that happened to me as soon as I graduated from law school in the Republican Dominica.
Participé en un concurso para trabajar en la Procuraduría General de la República de mi país.
I was participating in a contest to work for the law of the state of my country.
En la corte de mi país. En la corte.
In the court.
Okay. Yo era bien jovencita, tenía apenas 24 años.
I was young. I was almost only 24 years old.
Estaban buscando abogados que quisieran trabajar en un proyecto de modernización de las cárceles.
They were looking for lawyers, for attorneys that wanted to work in a project of modernization of the jail system.
De cárceles.
The jail system, yes.
Okay. Entonces, yo paso la prueba y paso el examen y fui aprobada para trabajar en ese proyecto.
So I did pass the exam. I passed the test. And I was approved to work for that project.
Pero yo no creía que era para estar dentro de la cárcel de Najayo de la República Dominicana.
But I didn't know I had to be inside of the jails of the Republican Dominicana.
Porque el proyecto investigativo, tú tenías que hacer el trabajo de campo para tú poder dar recomendación para cómo el sistema penitenciario sería mejor.
To be able to give, to be able to say, to explain how to improve the jail system, you had to be inside of the jail system, living there, to be able to give a good input on the matter.
Esta cárcel tenía 3,000 reclusos y tenía una capacidad solo de 500 reclusos.
This prison had 3,000 inmates and it only had room for 500.
Entonces, mi dilema, ¿cómo decirle a mi papá que su niña recién graduada iba a trabajar dentro de una cárcel tan sobrepoblada?
And my dilemma was, oh my, how do I tell my dad that his girl that just graduated is going to have to be inside of a prison that is so overpopulated?
Afortunadamente, el proyecto fue buenísimo. Pudimos lograr una modernización de retirar a los agentes policiales de adentro de las cárceles.
Luckily, the project went very well and we were able to improve the situation very much, getting rid of the police officers that were obsolete in the jail system.
Y cambiamos a unos agentes especializados. Trabajamos el proyecto y pudimos cambiar a agentes especializados y hoy día esa cárcel es una cárcel modelo.
And we changed those agents for specialized agents, and nowadays, that prison is a one to follow to, one that we all look up to.
En esa posición duré 4 años de mi vida.
I stayed in that situation for 4 years of my life.
Fue una experiencia súper interesante y lo más importante que pudimos cambiar el concepto de agentes a agentes penitenciarios, no a policías dentro de las cárceles.
It was a very, very interesting situation that I lived, and it was great to be able to change those police officers that were inside the prison for specialized agents.
Otro punto para mi vida que me marcó fue mi experiencia en Puerto Rico en el mundo automotriz.
¿Automotriz? ¿A qué te refieres?
A venta de carros en el mundo automotriz.
And the other experience I wanted to share is the one I lived in Puerto Rico as selling cars.
Cuando llegó a Puerto Rico, vendía carros y yo tenía que tener una meta de 10 carros todos los meses de venta.
When I first arrived to Puerto Rico, I was selling cars and I had to have a goal of selling 10 cars a month.
Yo vendía 23, 24, 20.
And I was selling 23, 24, 20.
Y la gente me preguntaba, Rafa, ¿cómo lo hacías? ¿Cómo podías vender tantos carros? ¿Cómo tú podías fluctuar la economía? ¿Cómo podías convencer a la gente de que comprara carros, tantos carros?
And people will ask me, but Rafa, how are you doing it? How are you selling so many cars? How are you convincing all these people to buy these cars?
La única respuesta es que yo hacía una junta relacional, no de venta, sino yo conectaba con el cliente.
And all I would tell them is that I didn't try to do it as a selling fact. I was just trying to interact with the client.
Entonces, finalmente quiero decir que para mí la conexión en mi vida ha sido una base importante.
I just want to say that in my life, the connection with people is been a very important thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. What questions do you have for your colleague? Only maximum of 2, so if you got one that's burning in your mind, jump in.
My question would be, what made you decide that you wanted to sell cars in the first place?
Cuando uno emigra de nuestros países, en mi caso que emigré de la República Dominicana, uno aquí es capaz de trabajar, aunque no sea intelectualmente, normalmente tú quieres un trabajo.
When a person migrates from a country to another, like in my example, as I left Republican Dominica, a person has to work. It's not as much as what you intellectually you want to work as. It's as you simply have to work.
Pero un punto, señora Presidenta, importante, es que mi papá en Baní, en mi provincia, fue comerciante de más de 30 años. Es decir, que yo tengo una herencia que me corre por las venas de comerciante.
But a fact is that my dad in his mainline, and where he's from in Bani, he was a salesman for 30 years. So that runs in my blood, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the other person whose hand went up first and gets our last question before we transition, Zaira, take us away.
So my question was, did you have fun experiences with the people that you're selling the cars to? Or was it kind of like exciting and there's like good and bad parts? Like, how was the experience of selling the cars?
Sí, ajá. Voy cambiando, switchando de los lenguajes de español a inglés, inglés a español. Sí, de hecho, yo tuve que venir del mundo de las ventas porque mi papá se enfermó y no podía tenerlo en Puerto Rico. Pero yo era una de las dominicanas en Puerto Rico, que era una ejecutiva de ventas que me ganaba más de $100,000 al año. Y las personas que le vendía los carros, era una relación que todavía me llaman.
I had to start working as a salesman person when my dad got sick, and I was one of the Dominicans, Puerto Rico, living in Puerto Rico, that was making over $100,000 a year selling in sales.
All right. So we've had a couple rounds of very interesting facts. Who will be the next to share? Rafaela, thank you. Who's next? Yeah, Stephen, jump in.
Sure. Interesting things. One interesting thing about me is that I've been a spoken word poet for over 20 years, and in some cases have competed, but as a result of poetry, I've gotten to meet some of the greats, Sonia Sanchez, Amiri Baraka, Nikki Giovanni, like just because of performing, and it's just something I've always been passionate about. So I guess that's one thing. Second, I have sung the national anthem at a NHL game for the Phoenix Coyotes. I was part of an a cappella group in high school that did this. This was before the show Glee before a cappella was even a thing to do for people. So wasn't necessarily the coolest thing that you could have done, but like I did that. And a third thing is, I dedicated dedicated part of my PhD thesis to hip hop because hip hop truly was the inspiration behind my PhD. So by training, I am a cellular neuroscientist. My thesis was on excitatory neurotransmission in the neuromuscular junction, but hip hop really was the inspiration behind it. And it's always been an intriguing story, particularly speaking to students about connecting the arts with STEM fields and really finding the why, because I know a lot of students, particularly those that look like me, may not necessarily see the parallels that exist between the arts and mathematics, engineering, science. And so finding that connection was very crucial for me and my persistence within the field. So yeah, those are three things.
So, Madam Chair, if the school system needs to do some fundraising, now we know that we can have Rafaela sell some cars for us. And if the next board meeting needs a national anthem sung, we know. Like, so these are good things, Madam Chair. You were getting information you use. Who has questions for Stephen? Who has questions? Yeah, Lorena.
I just have a question around your spoken word pieces. Is there particular topics that you focus on, or like what are the pieces that you most like to perform about?
No particular thing that I enjoy more than the other. I think it starts as a catharsis, as an outlet. And then when I got to college, actually before that, I would sort of use my English periods to sort of write things, and I would pass it off to my classmates and say, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And it was just whatever was going on. It could be social injustice. Oftentimes it was social injustice. Sometimes they were jokes. And then once I got really into college, I started looking at the different forms of poetry. And then it became more like a challenge. Like, could you write a sestina? Could you write a series of sonnets? Could you write this? So everything was just challenging myself to become a better writer, and getting with like-minded people who wanted to perform too. But oftentimes when we perform, love is a very common theme that I think a lot of people gravitate towards. So that would always come up too. But yeah, anything, doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was there a second question? Kwakwa, did you have a question?
Sure. You mentioned poetry. I'm interested in poetry myself. What are the kind of poetry that you usually either read or compose? In what area?
I would say reading. I've been more drawn to free verse just naturally. But I would say in composing, yeah, spoken word is meant to be free verse, but and then improv. So I think I've actually gravitated more toward it in this, like at this stage now, sort of a mixture of poetry and then sort of narratives. And so it's slightly different. And then also I would say probably my poetry has sort of morphed into essays, more or less. So it's sort of starting to span a little bit more. But you fall back into it, and sometimes every night I write something. So it doesn't matter. It's a point of sanity at this point. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. We are now transitioning to one question per person. One question per person. Who will be the next to share their 3 interesting facts? And then one person will get to ask a question before we keep it moving. Brandon, welcome.
I was waiting till you went for one question. And I am
We're waiting
even
for 0 questions, but we're not
I
gonna.
have a meeting I have to jump to at 6 o'clock for my other life. And so then I'll be back in about probably 15 minutes. I just have to welcome some families. Brandon Cardet Hernandez. 3 facts. One is I've read The Bluest Eye, the Toni Morrison book, probably 25 plus times. And it's a book I probably read almost every year. And I have read it so much that there are parts when I'm reading it that I could recite it. And it speaks to every part of my being. 2, I am covered in tattoos. Arms, back, everywhere. You only see me in sleeves here. 3, I like long distance bike rides. And so I do a pretty long ride every year from Boston to New York City, which is about 285 miles over multiple days.
Who's got the question for that? Yes, Stephen.
Why The Bluest Eye? Just and of course you're aware that it's playing at like the Huntington Theater Group right now. Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Why The Bluest Eye? It is, I think it's actually in many ways like why I became a teacher. I think it is like the way there's like an obvious sort of catastrophe in her life, which is true for so many young people that are just sort of like wrapped in trauma. And at the same time, the book in many ways is like, for me, is so much about how adults see kids and mistreat kids and forget kids and don't see kids. And while I am not Pecola, and probably none of us are, thank God, because what a tragic way to sort of move through the world. So many people are, and there's sort of like gentle reminders in that. And then there's also like these gentle reminders, sort of subtle, about the way all of us have been seen and not seen as children. And, you know, there's so many reasons why. There's so many reasons why. It's about adults, it's about kids, it's about race, it's about it's feminist literature. It's like so many things in one. If you haven't read it, whoever is watching or part of this, we should read it.
Very compelling pitch. Thank you. Who will be the next person to share? Kwok, are you ready to share your 3?
Oh, I cannot ask a question?
No. You gotta be quicker on the trigger.
No, your 3.
Oh, okay, then I'll share mine.
Well, welcome. What are your 3?
My 3. Well, for the first 19 years of my life, I live in a country that was ravaged by war, and so there are so many sad facts that I can share. But since you are asking about 3 interesting facts or fun facts, I don't know whether it's fun or not, but I think my 3 points are
just interesting
in certain way. The first thing is I was born with a speech impediment. I stutter a lot, and because of that, growing up, I don't speak up during class time, or I don't speak up anywhere because I'm pretty ashamed of myself. For some reason, I'm still at this point stuttering, but not as often as I was during my teenage years. That's the first interesting fact. The second interesting fact is that I spent my first 19 years in a seminary. So when I came to America, I joined the seminary. But after 6 months, the head of the seminary said, "Okay, it doesn't look like you'll work out, because the only 4 words that I know how to speak was yes, no, okay, and Salem, because I spoke Salem at that time, and in the seminary they don't allow to smoke. So that's the second thing. The third interesting fact was that I went to college intending on majoring in journalism, because that's my passion when I was growing up. But because the expansive breadth of my language in English, which is limited to the 4 words, so I went to engineering school just because of not having enough English. And after I graduated from the science, after I got the science degree, I worked a little bit. Then I found out that my passion was pretty much in civil rights, because I was also a victim of civil rights during the time that I was an engineer. Well, frankly speaking, the salary difference between an American engineer and a refugee engineer was pretty substantial, just because of my limited English, which I don't believe it should be a reason. So I went to law school, and I've been focusing on civil rights for the last, I don't know, 37 years maybe. So those are the 3.
Thank you for sharing. Who has a question?
AJ, I don't have a question for Mr. Tran, but I have a comment. Having had the honor of serving on the school committee with Mr. Tran for several years now, I always pull forward my seat when he starts to share stories of his life. And I'm waiting for the book, because Mr. Tran has lived a fascinating life overseas, what he faced, the challenges he faced growing up. And he brings that to his work it's a direct line to his work, both in his career and on the school committee. When he speaks, I sit up and pay attention, and I know it is from his life's experiences. So I would love to see the book someday on the stories that you could share, Quark. Thank you for sharing more today.
I was waiting for us to get to the non-interesting school committee member, and we haven't gotten to that person yet. So hopefully they still, Michael, maybe that's you. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get them in as well.
Well, let me just answer that very shortly. Just like Mr. Alkins, I'm also very much interested in poetry, and I'm disclosing here that I'm pretty well-known author in the Vietnamese community. I have published a poetry book. I have published a couple of story book, but not story. I mean, in Vietnamese, books that describe the kind of experience that Vietnamese and myself experience within the Vietnamese community in America, and some are also published in Vietnam. Maybe someday I'll have the courage to translate some of my work into English. I don't know.
Jeez, talk about burying the lead. Like that didn't make the cut for interesting things. I mean, good grief. All right, folks, it's time to change up the rules one more time. 2 interesting facts, still 1 question. Who will be the next to share? 2 interesting facts, 1 follow-up question. Who will be the next? Yeah, Zara, take it away.
I guess I'll go next. So hello, my name is Zyra Mercer, And so my two interesting facts is that my favorite genre of music is neo soul / R&B. And then my second fact is I used to run track and field in middle school at White Stadium, and I got bronze on a relay race.
Hey.
All right.
Who has a question for Zach?
Zyra, what distance?
Not gonna lie, I do not remember the distance. It's been so long ago.
That was a very incomplete question, so we'll give one more. Stephen, did you have a question?
Who's your favorite artist?
I'm kind of stuck between Brent Faiyaz and also Steve Lacy, but I've been really into Steve Lacy recently and been kind of binge listening to his music over and over again. So definitely kind of leaning towards Steve Lacy.
All right. All right.
All right, Madam Chair. So after this, you're going to need to put together the school committee's reading list of favorite poets and the school committee's mixtape of favorite.
I've got a list going.
Well, start putting that together.
Okay.
All right, who's next? Who else? We still got a few folks left to play the game.
So Madam Chair, I think it's just you and me and the superintendent. So should I go next?
You can go next. Go ahead.
All right, I'll try to keep it very quick. What interested me in this work, what started me on this work was when I, after graduating from college, was working for a bank in Boston and was sitting in a meeting room one day and looked around and realized everyone in the meeting room was from outside of Boston, except for me. I was the only one from the Boston Public Schools. And I said to myself, how come I had this opportunity and not more of our graduates? You know, so many people come to Boston for college and then stay. But, you know, I didn't see our students having the same opportunity that I have. And that led me to volunteer at Hyde Park High School, where I lived right around the corner from. The headmaster there at the time put me in touch with the Private Industry Council, which started me on this path. So it was 25 plus years ago that I was sitting in a meeting room saying, how come more BPS students aren't involved in our in the economy of Boston? And that has driven my work for all these years. The second thing I'll say is my wife, who I met while working, immigrated to the United States from Lebanon when it was in the middle of the Civil War. So the story she tells is the same stories that a lot of our students tell of the struggles that they faced in coming to this country. In her case, speaking Arabic and a little bit of English. And now I will say, after 12 years of marriage, I now speak a little bit of Arabic. When I talk with my father-in-law and her family in Lebanon. But my wife is one of 9 children, including 6 sisters in addition to her. So I have 6 sisters-in-law. So I will say, and Raffaello, I think you will appreciate this, that my knowledge of Arabic words that I cannot say in public is about equal to Arabic words that I can say in public. My sisters-in-law take great delight in me on that. And the last thing I will say is, people often ask, another icebreaker is, who's the most famous person you've worked with or met? And both AJ Crabhill and I both had the opportunity many years ago when we were members of the executive committee of the council to not only meet with, but actually get involved in deep discussions with President Obama in the Roosevelt Room when one of the education acts were being discussed, and several of us went over and had the opportunity to meet with him. So I would say that, but in the spirit of the conversation we've been having tonight, I guess I also have to add one of the famous people I've met is the 3 members of the Sugar Hill Gang. And that is important because a fun fact about me is I actually know every word to Rapper's Delight and can sing it. And not only have I sung it, I have actually sung it in a duet with someone else who is on the screen tonight and can also claim that she knows every word to Rapper's Delight. We have sung it as a duet together. So that's a fun fact. And
This-
Dr. Elkins, I would love to know from your study of hip hop, of the impact of that on my brain.
Oh my man,
Great.
this committee just gets more
Um,
interesting by the person. Who has a question? And by the way, having known Michael for a number of years, having had plenty of conversation with him, understanding what's on his heart, kind of what his passion is, I can absolutely agree with his sharing. By far, the most interesting thing about him is clearly his wife. I mean, it clearly. So yeah, I agree with what he shared. Who has a question for Michael? Anybody have a question?
I'm afraid.
So I'll jump in. How many miles has she made you run so far this month?
You're muted.
Sorry, as AJ knows, my wife runs 7 miles every morning at 6:30 in the morning. I don't run during the winter, but she'll have me out running in the spring very soon.
Glad to know the athletic director is still hard at work. Brenda, do you have a question?
How much Rakebe have you had, Mike?
How much what?
Rakebe. Have you had?
Oh,
tasted
I'm
Rakebe?
not. I've had fabulous meals, both, when my sister-in-laws cook and in Beirut. For folks who don't know, rag kibbeh is a Lebanese delicacy. It doesn't quite appeal to me. I have had it, but there are many other things. Give me a good shawarma any day, and I'm very, very happy.
Tabbouleh.
At Tabbouleh, of course, yes. My wife and her sisters are phenomenal Lebanese cooks.
Brenda, you're at the microphone. Take it away. You got a couple interesting things about you?
Sure, it's probably fitting that I go next because Mike stole mine, which is that I'm the secret person in the Zoom box that also knows every word to the Rapper's Delight. I was in 7th grade with my best friend, and back then we had the vinyl records, and we stayed up 72 hours over a weekend straight through and learned every single word, wrote it down, practiced, and now it's seared into my brain. And so that's the kind of things that you do when you're a teenager and you're having fun. And it's always a big fun part of the party to sing it. And it was quite enjoyable to sing it with you, Michael, and find that out that we both knew those words to it. So we'll have to do that before I go once again, probably not publicly though. And then let's see, another interesting thing. I don't know. I'm such an open book already. I think here's one for you, Zaira. My first act of being like a student leader was in 9th grade. I was told that we couldn't have a 9th grade party. So I started a petition and got all the teachers to sign that they would supervise the party. And so we had a 9th grade all night party. And it's still a tradition tonight at my middle school. I mean, still not tonight, but like it's still going on at the school.
Got the party started. All right, we've got Rapper's Delight. We've got all night middle school parties. Anybody got questions? Is there a question? Zaira, yeah, go for it.
So my question about the middle school dance, did you like bust down the dance floor, or were you kind of like a wall hugger?
I think everybody probably knows something else about me is I love to dance. So I'll bust out the moves anywhere. I'm not real shy about dancing. And so I'm not a shy one. I love to dance.
Zaira, back at you. Which wallflower or dancer?
Definitely a dancer. Especially
Well, there
like
you-
the, Dougie.
TikTok, TikTok. All right, Jerry, we are down to the board chair.
It's down to me, so two. So some people may know this, but it was after my first day in kindergarten that I came home and told my mother I knew what I was going to do for life, that I was going to be a kindergarten teacher. And I followed my pathway all the way through high school and did become a kindergarten teacher. I learned how to play the piano. I practiced writing in script. I learned to do all the things that kindergarten teachers of the early 60s learned to do, and did teach kindergarten for several years before moving on to a career at the Boston Children's Museum. But early childhood teaching and advocacy and working with families has been my entire life from the time I was 5 until today. So focused. I don't wander much from a focus. The second one, some people do know, is that I'm an avid doll collector, D-O-L-L, not dogs. And some people think I'm a dog, they think you're talking about dogs. The most interesting doll adventure I have been on is that through my friends at the Madison Children's Museum, I was able to obtain a donation of 1,000 Melody American Girl dolls that was able to bring to Boston just for the cost of their postage, for their transportation. And we're almost down to the last few, a doll was picked up this afternoon. Dolls were given to many of the young children in the 3 doll clubs that we have for junior collectors, one in Boston Public Schools and a couple of others that are in the community, as well to children in foster care, homeless shelters, etc., and was able to give a doll to every single Boston public school, whether they had a library or not. And what was special is Melody Ellison story is 1960s Detroit, all about civil rights, social justice, and certainly her story, came alive at a very time as America is going through all of its resurgence around civil rights. And we were able to give a doll to Kyoto, our sister city in Japan. I don't know if some of you may know that back in the 20s, there was the friendship dolls that came from Japan, and were about 100 of them around the country here. And America's response was to send over what they called the blue-eyed dolls. So they sent thousands of white dolls, many blonde, blue-eyed, or brunette, but there were no black dolls. So we sent back Melody Ellison as the new ambassador, who was a doll of color representing the civil rights and the current social justice issues. And we got a wonderful letter back from the school that received the doll, particularly during the recent civil unrest in the United States during the pandemic, of their understanding how important the story was around Melody Ellison. So I get to do dolls and social justice and make a lot of kids happy.
Who has a question for your board chair? Who has a question for the committee chair? Anybody?
How many years were you at the Children's Museum?
45.
It's amazing.
My third interesting thing I've only had 2 careers. I've only had 2 jobs in my entire life.
Yeah, that's
Nobody does that anymore.
That's not what we do now.
No.
Well, this was a far more interesting activity than I had expected it would be. So just bravo to you all for having very intriguing lives up to this point. And I just thank you all for sharing. Obviously, it can be a little bit awkward, kind of being vulnerable and sharing a little bit about your life and answering questions, live on the internet. And so just thank you for, being willing to, be here and be in a vulnerable space with your colleagues. So how about a hard transition from that into talking about school board agendas? So the next item on the agenda, much less interesting, but absolutely essential, is to think through how, as a governing body, what's our plan for how we will manage our time? What are the things that are most important? What are the things that we want to focus in on? And so that's where we're going to spend a little bit of time discussing. In particular, what I want to lean into is what is it that you want to really focus your energy on, over the next several months. Definitely no more than a year, but certainly between now and July, how does this body want to spend its time? What are the most important things to focus on, and how do you want board meetings organized and structured? So as a way of entering into this, what I want each of you to do is to take a moment and think through what are the top 3 priorities for the board to spend its time on. For right now, let's consider between now and July. And think to yourself, or if you're someone who needs to think on paper, feel free to write it down, but try to identify what are the 3 most important uses of board time between now and the end of July. What are the things that if the board could invest its time in that would really demonstrate items that are the greatest priority given current circumstances? Maybe you're trying to reflect on how could the board spend its time in a way that would have the biggest impact on your students. Whatever your criteria is, try to identify, if you had to narrow it down to 3 top priorities of how the school committee invests its time between now and the end of July, what would those activities be? And for this, you'll want to be narrower rather than broader. So instead of saying, one of our activities will have school committee meetings. Well, that's pretty broad. It doesn't help us really prioritize and think through how best to invest the time, how best to structure the work ahead. And so instead, look for something really as narrow as you're comfortable being, but specificity is really the way to go with this activity rather than broad. So take a moment and think through, of all the ways we could spend our time, what would be the 3 most important uses of the school committee's time between now and the end of July? Take a moment and reflect. So now that you've had a moment to reflect about what might be 3 of the most important uses of the committee's time over the next several months, now I want you, of those 3, which one is the most non-negotiable? Which is the one that the school committee absolutely has to devote time here? So you've got your top 3. Of those top 3, which of those is most non-negotiable that we really need to invest time here over the next few months? And what I'll invite you to do is just popcorn them out. We'll go around. I'm not looking for an explanation. We'll get to discussion about some of this. But right now, just trying to get a sense of the direction of people's thinking. So as you're reflecting on this, go ahead and popcorn. What is the, if you had to identify the one most non-negotiable item that the board really needs to focus its time on between now and the end of July, what's that number 1 item for you? Who'll be the first to share? Again, we're just looking for, just a sentence or so, not a full explanation. We'll sort through this in more detail later. Who'll be the first to share? Yeah, Stephen?
For me, it'll be the superintendent committee search and the transparency in that process for our families and all stakeholders.
Yeah, superintendent search, and in particular, the transparency of engagement with stakeholders. Got it. Yeah, Brandon?
Echoing the superintendent search, but adding also a plan B for that search. If we are unable to meet this aggressive timeline for permanent superintendent, are we mapping a plan for what it would look like to bring in an interim while we find the right candidate to meet the moment?
Got it. So the most important thing to invest time in, superintendent search with an eye toward what is the contingency. Yeah, who else? What's the most valuable use of the committee's time over the next few months between now and the end of July? Who'll be the next to share? 2 down, 7 to go. Yeah, Zaire.
So I just want to echo what my colleague said about superintendent search, but also better student engagement across the district, not just via BSAC or the student rep on school committee, but hearing more from students in general.
So superintendent search, but with a specific intentionality around engagement with students. Got it. Yeah, Rafaela.
Yes. Recobrar la confianza en la educación pública de Boston.
Regain the trust in the Boston public school system.
Logrando atraer más inscripciones de estudiantes que vengan a las escuelas públicas.
We have to try to get more students to sign up for the public schools.
Y no sé si puedo decir otra o voy a la
I don't know
segunda
if I can say another one or not. Can I?
Well, so what I'm not clear about is I get what the priority is that we need to regain trust and bring our students back into school. What is it that the board will do? Is that a policy setting? What is it that the board would do that would help accomplish those things?
Para nosotros recobrar la confianza de que vengan, se inscriban más estudiantes a través de proveer programas constantes.
Regain the trust of the students so there is more students signing up for the Boston Public Schools, providing more programs.
Que atraigan a los estudiantes a quedarse en Boston, a que se queden en las escuelas públicas y que no tengan que salir de las escuelas públicas de Boston a otras escuelas.
Providing more programs that attract the students to stay in our public schools so they don't leave to other schools.
Gotcha. And so the school committee needs to spend time thinking through how do we make sure that our programs align with the interests of our students so that they'll stay rather than leave. Okay, got it. Thank you. Who else? What's the top of your list of how the school committee should invest its time over the next few months?
I have one. I think continuing to interrogate where we are making financial investments, specifically around the influx of ESSER funds, and not just where we're planning for them to go, but evaluating where those investments are made and what the progress is towards particular goals, especially around that kind of temporary pot of money, and how that can inform like longer term strategy.
Yeah, so between now and the end of July, the school committee should review its use of strategic dollars, particularly ESSER, not only how it intends to use them, but how it has used them. Gotcha. Who else?
I'll go. I'm going to build off of what Lorena said. I think the best thing we can do is land a strong budget and spend time as a committee on our budgetary expenses and what we're allocating that money to.
So land a strong budget and be very clear and transparent about how we're allocating resources. Got it. Yeah, Quark?
In line with financial support for different areas, I like to recommend that somehow through financial means, and policy development or policy implementation, we need to improve and improve a lot on any policies regarding students with disability achievement. Has been student with disability, the achievement of student with disability has been pretty stagnant. So that's an area I like to see that is improving.
So spend some time as a school committee reviewing student achievement district-wide with a particular eye on the achievement of students with disabilities. Do I understand that?
Yes.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Who else? What's your number one? Yeah, Michael.
So for me, my number one has been expressed by my fellow members that obviously the search is in front of us, and doing that successfully, transparently when we can, and also explaining when we can't be transparent, when we have to be quiet during certain periods of the search, so people understand and respect that, to maintain the confidentiality of it. So I think that is critical. I think the work on the budget is critical. And never forgetting that even as this is ongoing and we're talking about long-term things, our students are in classrooms every day, our teachers are in classrooms every day, our school leaders are trying to lead buildings every day. And all three of those groups are hurting and are struggling. And the superintendent will certainly talk to us about all the work that she is doing to try to retain our great teachers and school leaders, and also recruit more teachers and school leaders. And this is a real challenge for us and many other districts across the country. And I think it's going to take a lot of our time, quite frankly, between now and July, to work with Superintendent Casilius as she really challenges or tackles these important challenges in coming months.
Got it. Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Yeah, go for it.
So I would say my number one is making sure that we have a strong summer plan for all of our students as we end this year and get ready for the next fall.
A strong summer plan to help students be prepared for next fall.
Right.
Got it. Did we miss someone, or was that everyone? I thought that was everyone. Okay. So to recap, there's I think the strongest amount of interest was in really attending to the superintendent search, but making sure that all the various constituencies are well engaged and well represented, that that the process is as transparent as it's appropriate for it to be. Following up on that, there's a strong interest in having some type of review of the achievement of students to try to figure out how well they're doing and what type of programming would bring them back, and how are we addressing gaps in service, particularly for our students with disabilities. And then there was a strong interest in reviewing the financial health and well-being of the school system, both on a go-forward basis in the form of strong budgeting, but also on a retrospective basis in terms of reviewing what type of strategic decisions were made with the ESSER dollars that came in. Those were the three big themes that I heard. Did I miss anyone's theme in my recap? Yeah.
No, nothing new. I just want to say that, I really, I really am amazed at at your skills of paraphrasing and and explaining things in in the context. That's all I want to say.
It's always fun to work with interesting people. Makes my job a lot more fun. So with those three themes as kind of the big things that you want to focus on, part of what you all need to be thinking through. Well, hold on, before we transition, were there? So I'd asked you originally to identify three things, and you shared your number one. Is there anybody who had a number two that is significantly different from the three main themes that have been surfaced? Is there anybody who had a number two on your list that is significantly differentiated from the three main themes that were surfaced? Yeah, Brandon?
I think we need to start conversations around the master plan for our buildings and building utilizations. And that doesn't mean we're going to have identified what that plan is, but we need a structure, we need expectations around information. That may be through an external process, that may be through something internal, but I think there are a lot of unanswered questions around building utilizations, our plan for grade bands and grade expansions, and then obviously with shrinking enrollment, the need to sort of reimagine where schools are and imagine where schools need to be.
So master planning, and your sense is that that will be complete by the end of July, or that's just something that needs to be started?
I think we need like broad strokes to know what we want to do and where we want to go. But no, I don't think, I could be wrong. I don't think that's something we could complete by July, but I definitely think we need to start setting the table around expectations and timeline before then. And I think part of that expectation setting. Yeah, part of that will be starting to map out sort of what information we need in order to realize that plan.
Yeah, so unless you all are already in the closing phases of it, I strongly suggest that you could not get that done. You could not start that and finish it by the end of July. And so, yeah, that I hear you going, is at least start mapping out what will the process look like.
Yeah, and if it requires an RFP or you know, sort of mapping what we need to do, what answers we want to find, and then mapping the process that will get us to realizing those answers.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Rafaela.
No quiero dejar pasar por alto los aprendices del idioma inglés.
I don't want to not mention the learning of the language of English.
No quiero que deje de ser una prioridad porque los aprendices del idioma inglés y los aprendices del idioma de inglés con discapacidad también es parte de lo que debe ser una prioridad.
I don't want to not mention it, that it's very important to not forget the learning of English and the learning of English for people with disabilities.
Tomando en cuenta que el 31% de los estudiantes, el 31% en Boston son aprendices del idioma inglés.
¿Qué tanto por ciento me has dicho, Rafael?
31%.
El 31% son aprendices de inglés.
Sí.
Not forgetting that 31% of the students are English language learners.
Son aprendices del idioma inglés. Entonces, para mí, el acceso al idioma, cómo llegar, cómo conectar con esos estudiantes y las familias multilingües.
It's important how to connect with those students and with the multi-language families.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Lorena.
Thank you. So I want to echo the piece around the master planning and the facilities, just because I think that it really does touch so many parts of the work of our district. And then the other piece that I think that while it may not necessarily, well, I think it's doable. So I'm not gonna limit our thinking here. I think that we really need to listen to what we're hearing from our communities as it relates to enrollment and some of our enrollment and registration timelines. So I think that there are some unresolved pieces that have pretty significant impacts on what families and caregivers are thinking about and are deciding to do with enrollment. And so as we close out this year and going into next year, I think that there's some work that we can be doing to have a more structured and aligned timeline for decisions and communication with families around registration and kind of school assignments.
Got it. Enrollment, registration timeline, school assignments. Stephen, Brandon, Jerry?
Sure. Out of the 10 things that I could get down in the time span that you gave, one that I guess is remarkably different for me is the cultural diversity of our educators in the district and the training that they receive. And I think this is certainly tied to the budget, but it is also tied to the quality guarantee that Dr. Cassellius talks about that I wholeheartedly believe in. And I think that translates to the education that our students will receive. It ties to bringing students, new and or returning students, potentially returning students to the district, because they see that there are educators and education communities that are looking to serve them. And then this also translates to our ability to provide a seal of biliteracy as we're thinking about moving in that direction in the future.
So is the main theme that you want the board to address the diversity and the competency of staff?
So yes, yes, more so like having, I think, to adopt the terminology, sort of like really what is the master plan for cultivating the cultural diversity of our educators, whether through retention, recruitment and retention programs, and then also how are we preparing the educators that we currently have.
Got it. Thank you. I think it was Brandon, Jerry, Brenda.
You caught me while I'm grabbing a bite to eat. Grab Jerry.
Jerry, go for it.
Okay, so mine, I call it finishing the year strong, but what I really am interested in are being able to identify the projects that are going on in the district that we know we can complete by the end of June, and to identify the things that are in process but will be continued. And then the things that are ideas that we won't start until the new superintendent the next school year has begun, so that we can be clear on how we're going to end the year strong. Because there's just a lot going on out there that we could be doing, but what are going to be those things that we feel that the district and we can commit to actually completing.
So I think what you're wanting is for the board to be in communication with its community around any impacts the transition will have on initiatives that are underway.
Yes.
Okay. Makes sense.
And knowing
Brenda,
fully
you,
what are the, I was gonna say, but knowing fully what are the things that we are in process in right now that are almost at completion that we will complete.
yeah. Yeah, Brenda, go for it.
So there are things that I need to do operationally, obviously, for, you know, a smooth transition for the next superintendent and gathering all the transition documents. So we are working already to make sure that this is a very smooth transition. So that's a priority for me, but I don't know necessarily the board, but I will make updates to the board in my superintendent report. A big piece of work that we have to do as a board is around the BTU contract and the bus driver's contract and all the other union contracts. You know, all 11 are up. And so that's going to be part of the work of the board. It's just that we have to do that. So that's also a huge priority for me on my list as my second most important thing.
So is there anyone who has not gone twice who wanted to? If you have already, please put your hand down. I can't tell who's put their hand up an additional time or not. All right, Brandon, is your hand up a second time?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
The other area, and I you know, Lorena had, or Ms. Lopera had said the sort of piece that we need to sort of really focus on in terms of our budget around the ESSER funding, sort of thinking about the current spend, but also the future of what that will mean for the system. I'm also thinking, even if it's outside of the current budget process, but I do think we need to start having conversations about future planning for our holds harmless portion of the budget, and how we're thinking about the future of that spending and starting to do community engagement around the possibility that we might be looking at cuts that would hit schools next year.
Got it.
I just want to be clear though, just to the public, that there will not be any cuts next year outside of what we've already shared in the budget. So I don't want something to get picked up that there might be cuts. So
yeah, I'm talking about sorry,
you're talking about like the cliff at the end of the 24, like September of 24.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm talking about the 24 cliff.
Yeah, so that's a couple years out yet, but not, we should absolutely start planning for it, but
yeah, but would impact the following school year is what I meant. So I was thinking about it in terms of school years.
Yeah, September of 24.
All right, so what we've surfaced now is certainly not a complete list, but is, from you all's perspective, a priority list of items. Stephen, have you already gone twice? Okay, your hand's still up, that's why I was asking. So while this is obviously not a complete list, the intention of this was not to develop a complete list. The intention was to try to give you a sense of what was on the mind of your colleagues regarding what are priorities for you all to address over the next several months. So now that we've kind of surfaced just a handful of these, so remember, we've got 3 topics that quickly floated to the top of your collective priority list, which is around superintendent search and appropriate amount of engagement and transparency with a wide range of constituencies, academic reviews with an eye toward do we have the programs necessary to inspire families and students to come back to our schools rather than other schools, and are we attending to any gaps that are growing regarding our students with disabilities, and third, a financial review, with an eye toward what are we building into the budget for going forward, and informed by how have we made investments of ESSER funds looking backwards. Those being the top 3 priorities, but then you've added to that, as a secondary consideration, that you also have concerns around the facilities master planning and how will our buildings be used, English proficiency, enrollment, registration, timelines, diversity in staff, cultural competency, communication around the superintendent transitioning and the impact that might have on initiatives, as well as planning for hold harmless portion of the budget and labor contracts, all 11 of which apparently will be coming up. That's a lot of work. So the question is, what changed? So given that as a summary of all the things that you all collectively have an interest in attending to over the next several months, what are changes that you would have to make in your current agenda cycle and the way that you currently schedule your meetings in order to fit all of that in? Take a moment and reflect on this. Given all of those things that your colleagues have surfaced, obviously very critical elements to consider, what are some specific changes that you would need to make to your current agenda, your current monthly meeting schedule in order to accomplish all of those things? What are changes that you'd have to make? Take a moment and reflect on it. If you process by writing, feel free to write something down. If you process verbally, feel free to mute and talk to yourself. But take a moment and reflect. What will it take to really, for the school committee to accomplish these things? What changes would you have to make to set yourselves up for success with all of this work? Take a moment to reflect. And as you're thinking about the variety of different changes you might have to make to how you currently operate in order to fit all that in, if you had to identify one that was most important, like what is one most important change that you might have to make to how you currently operate, how you currently organize your calendar, your monthly schedule of meetings? If you had to identify one most important change that you'd have to make in order to set the board up for success, what would that one change be? Who'll be the first to share? Yeah, Stephen. Which one change, most important change you'd have to make to try to set the school committee up for success with these things?
Excuse me. For me, thinking about how we communicate as a body is essential for me. Oftentimes, just even the structure of our meetings sometimes doesn't lend itself to the dialogue that I think, at least that I'm used to, being able to bounce ideas off of each other, or being able to follow up if somebody says something to say like, well, wait a second, let's unpack that a little bit more. Because of course we're beholden to a 5-minute time clock, which serves its purpose for sure. But I know I would have to restructure a lot of the ways that I think about meeting with every member of the committee as a group or as individuals. For example, if somebody meets with a group of students, I don't know that committee member has done that. I'd like to, well, what did you hear about, those are those types of natural, very fluid conversations that generate a lot of constructive ideas. And the format of this doesn't necessarily lend itself to that. But I do also want to applaud the superintendent and everybody who gives a report that they're doing. They're definitely doing a phenomenal job in conveying the information and making themselves available to us. But that's probably one thing that I would want to change.
All right. So what I'm hearing you say is you need more space for dialogue. Got it. And so let's move this to a speed round, just because I'm realizing that I've been a poor steward of your time. And so if you could, everybody, what is, if you had to sum it up in one sentence, what's one significant, change that you feel like you'll have to make to how the school committee operates in order to be able to be effective at addressing the priorities that you have between now and July? If you had to sum it up in one sentence, what would that one sentence be? Jerry?
I would agree with Stephen and say structure. What is the structure of the meeting?
The structure of the, I don't understand what you mean by structure. I don't have enough context.
All right, so, I mean, we have a way that this meeting has been run forever. And the question that Stephen raised is one that I've raised too, is given open meeting law and the way that we are required to meet, how do we create both the opportunity for receiving the presentations and doing the business that we are required to do legally, but at the same time, how does we as a committee talk about the things that are coming before? It's not just responding to what has been shared with us in a presentation.
Got it. Now I understand what you mean, and I know exactly ideas to support you on that. Yeah, Brenda?
I believe that we need more data dives and through progress retreats. And we should do those quarterly.
More data dives, quarterly progress retreats. Got it. Who's next? And thank you for your brevity. Who will be the next to share? If you had to sum it up in one sentence, what's a change that the school committee will need to make in order to effectively attend to these priorities? Yeah, Michael?
I'm sorry to say this to the superintendent and her team, because I know how hard they work on this, but getting the materials to the school committees earlier and focusing on the presentations and then adding value to the presentation versus just
reading it.
Yeah, reading. I hate to say reading it, but to focus more on the conversation about what the materials that were given to us mean, and allow for the dialogue that Stephen was talking about, and have that be more of the focus, both with the team and with the fellow members.
I'm definitely picking up on a theme here, and there are a variety of ways that other school systems across the nation have taken to doing the very things that you all are discussing. And so what I'll be doing is I'll be taking all of your feedback, and then I will generate some recommendations that I send back to you based on the priorities that are important to you and the changes that you think would be substantive. Anyone else? If you had to sum it up in one sentence, what's a change that you want to see the school committee make, and it's how it conducts business so it can address all these priorities? Lorena?
Thank you. And I would have to agree with Michael, just appreciation for the work that goes into preparing for these meetings on top of like all of the work that folks do at the district. I think for me, what would be helpful is for us to really tighten the reports that are provided and how they tie back to X priority areas, right? So if we're saying that we're going to focus on X, Y, and Z, then everything should really tie back to X, Y, and Z, at least as we're trying to wrap our head around the laundry list of priorities that we've started to list down.
Got it. Anyone else who we haven't heard from yet? If we have heard from you, I'd request that you go ahead and put your hand down for me so I don't get confused. Anyone else who we haven't heard from? If there had to be one change, anyone else? Brandon, we've not heard from you in this round. Or what's your one change? Or is your hand just still up and you meant to put it down?
No, I just put it up.
Okay.
Were you talking to me or Brenda? I'm sorry.
So I've heard from Brenda. Did we already hear from you on the one change you make?
No.
Oh yeah, then take it away. It's yours.
Cool. I was gonna say, I think also great appreciation for everyone who does the presentation, all of that. I think we lose a significant piece up front with sometimes a lot of jargon and a lot of edu-speak. And so like it takes us a while to get to the heart of the content. And I would love if we could like agree on values, even me just like, offering gratitude for everyone presenting, like agree on values, norm that we're appreciative of the work everyone's doing, and then sort of like get to the meat and potatoes. I think that would be helpful because it would give us more time for questions, which I always feel like we then sort of shrink because the presentation's long.
Got it. Anyone else we haven't heard from? If there's one change that you feel like the school committee needs to make in how it structures its time. Anyone else before we transition? So then what I will do is I will take all of these comments that you shared.
AJ, can I say one thing? I don't think that it's like a problem and not a value, because I think that everybody really enjoys hearing from the public and public comment. But that takes up a lot of the meeting at times, and sometimes the really important topics end up being very late at night after the committee has been. So I think time management and how we manage public comment is something that we should think about, so that we can have more time for the substance of the work from the reports. And so just trying to figure that out.
So just to recap, what I think I'm hearing is that there's a desire on this part of the school committee members to have more spaciousness for dialogue amongst each other to really talk through the real core of the issues, and that you'd be open to changing this, redesigning the structure of your meetings to allow for that. You'd be open to changing how reports are received and the timelines on which reports are received to help facilitate that. I also heard that there's an interest in making sure that the norms and edu-speak and all of that are understood and defined in advance, so there's less of a need to go through those on a regular basis. And this idea that it would be helpful to have more data dives of really engaging in the progress monitoring. Are there any themes about, and then there was the comment about public comments. Are there any themes about structural changes that I missed? Any themes that you offered that I missed? All right, so what I will do is I will take this feedback from you, and then I will work it a little bit to try to identify what are some ways that you all could proceed with implementing some changes. I'll try to give you a few different ideas of things that other school systems across the country have done in these same areas, and then get those back to you so that you can make decisions about what changes you want to make next, so that you can focus on the things that matter most. You'll be hearing from me no later than the end of next week on that. At this time, however, I want to transition. We're going to do a couple things. First, we'll probably take a 5-minute break and come back right after the top of the hour, and then dive into some of your goals. Is that the correct order of operations, Madam Chair?
Yes, I believe so. We had scheduled a larger break, but I just wanted to check in with everybody. Is 5 minutes good? If people can take a break and come back in 5 minutes, does that work? Just give me a thumbs up or something to let me know if that's okay, if anybody needs anything longer. So 5 minutes, we're good.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking at the agenda. It says that we had the data update on the school committee goals and values before the break. I am not opposed to switching that, but just I don't know if the order matters.
It's our time, so let's take 5 minutes and come back. Okay,
See you all in
so
5 minutes.
we'll be back. It's now 7 o'clock, 7:05. Thank you.
It's 7:05.
Yep.
All right. So welcome back. So my understanding of what happens next is that your staff is going to spend a little bit of time working with you to talk through your goals and an update on that. And then I will join you on the backside of that to talk about some next steps for the board and ways forward. And so I want to pass the baton to your district staff.
Thank you, AJ. Good evening, everyone. I'm Monica Hogan. I lead our Office of Data and Accountability, and am happy to be here tonight to provide a short update on the goals that we set with the school committee last spring. So I'm going to start on the next slide with a little bit of context on our statewide assessment and accountability system that have impacts on the school committee's goals. These goals were initially developed and adopted in the spring of 2021, but multiple changes have been made since then. So in 2021, the MCAS assessment was substantially modified for grades 3 through 8 from previous years, including both a shortened test and allowance for remote testing. Participation in the MCAS was varied across schools, and the participation in access testing was very low because students were required to take the access test in person. Additionally, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education changed their methodology for calculating student growth. No accountability determinations were made last fall, as the intent of the 2021 MCAS data was to provide diagnostic data to schools and districts. For 2022, the department has proposed what they call an accountability light model, which would not include targets or progress ratings due to the variable nature of the data collected in 2021. This model still needs to be officially adopted by the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, but signals that DESE is intending to move forward with data from this school year 21-22, as a new baseline for accountability target and goal setting. So these changes provide some important context to bear in mind when we look at changes in data from 2019 to 2021 and how we might want to think about goal setting in the future. Next slide. So this slide hopefully looks familiar. This outlines the 5 goals that were adopted by the school committee, along with the alignment to the 6 commitments from the BPS strategic plan. Chief Granson from our Equity and Strategy Office is also available if you have any questions tonight about the strategic plan alignment with the school committee's goals. For example, on this slide, you can see goal 1 is focused on early literacy skills, which is aligned to both commitment 1, eliminate opportunity and achievement gaps, and commitment 2, accelerate learning. Next slide. You also adopted 5 values alongside your goals. This slide includes the language of those values and their strategic plan alignment. For example, you'll see here, student voice and family engagement is aligned to commitment 3, amplify all voices. Next slide. So to build off of the conversation you were just having, we're going to focus on goal 5 tonight as an example of how the district can provide important information relevant to your goals. As a reminder, Goal 5 is students will graduate from high school with the agency to direct their futures. This goal is measured by the percentage of graduates who meet the City of Boston's definition of college, career, and life readiness. This definition was validated by external research conducted by Bob Balfans. And for a student to meet the definition, they need to meet 2 of the following 3 criteria: attendance of 94% or higher, a GPA of 2.7 or better, Mass Core completion, and enrollment in advanced coursework. In addition, they need to participate in what they call anywhere, anytime learning, which includes internships and other extracurricular activities. The table on the right shows that the overall percentage of graduates meeting this definition in 2021 was 1.5 percentage points higher than in 2020, with the percentages of students meeting each portion of the definition outlined in the table. Next slide. You may also recall in January of 2022, the academics team came to the school committee and presented on high school redesign. This table should hopefully look familiar as it's from that presentation, which also included information on opportunities and supports for students during their high school career. However, this presentation was done prior to the most recent data regarding the college, career, and life readiness of graduates for the class of 2021 being available. And so this slide now shows you the data disaggregated for Goal 5 as an update on the progress the district has made towards this goal. You will see the student groups on the table down the left, followed by the baseline data and actual data for year 1. The blue columns show the 1-year goal and 5-year goals that were set last spring. For example, while 44.9% is just under the 1-year goal of 45% for all students, some student groups experienced decreases while others experienced increases. The largest increase was for Black students with a 4.8 percentage point increase, followed by students with disabilities with a 3.7 percentage point increase. We chose to focus on Goal 5 tonight as an example of how we can connect the school committee's goals with presentations made by BPS departments. Because the data for Goal 5 only recently became available, we couldn't include it in the January presentation. But moving forward, by aligning the calendar of topics for presentations to the school committee, we can both present the most recent data for each goal and provide information on the work currently underway in the district related to that goal. So with that in mind, on the next slide, we can see the remaining 4 goals and when the data will be available next for each goal. So for Goal 1, it's focused on early literacy at the end of the school year. So that data would be available towards the end of June or July. Goal 2 is around access. That data will be available in September or October. And Goals 3 and 4 both use MCAS, which will also be available in September and October. And I know there will be more opportunity for discussion later in the evening, the agenda for the remainder of the year, and how we might align the goals to the agenda and calendar. So I think I am turning it back to AJ to facilitate questions.
The floor is open. What questions do you have? Yeah, Brendan.
Curious, is this a parallel process to how goals look for schools?
So in terms of the accountability system, the state sets those, they have consistent measures each year, and they have been setting annual targets. And those are provided by DESE sometime during the school year, usually in the late fall for the following year.
Could I mean more like, could I, as a school, I'm just curious how connected this is to like school-based goals. Like if I was a school leader, could I draft a goal with similar language to the way that these goals are written?
So we can certainly measure these at the school level. In terms of high-level goals, we typically encourage schools to use the same goals from the accountability system, so they don't have a very long list of just goal after goal after goal. But Dr. Eccleston, I see you've joined us if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, my apologies. I was on the other side, but I appreciate being elevated to support with this. So all of our schools go through a goal setting process at the beginning of the school year. So we meet in August Leadership Institute. We prepare data packets for each school. School leaders generally will bring members of their instructional leadership team to dig into multiple sources of data and set goals. The instructional focus for each school for next year should continue to focus on equitable literacy, which is the academic priority that we're all focused on, as well as building strong teams and implementing the CRIOP tool to ensure that our implementation of literacy is in fact equitable. So all of our goals are set from that front, but we use things like the examples that you just took a look at. You just took a look at from Monica, as well as examples from other schools as exemplars to support our principles. And then every 90 days or over a 90-day period, schools report on the progress of their goals and update their goals to ensure that their community is transparent to their community around the progress that they're making.
And one thing that I want to lift up, because this did come up in the previous conversation, is that it is a priority of the board that you add into your work over the next several months and hopefully in perpetuity, more space for monitoring student achievement. To really pull that off and do it effectively though, one of the things I heard from multiple school committee members is that you want to see some revisions in how you all do that so that it maximizes space for dialogue and to accomplish that materials be made available sooner and things of that nature. So just know that I see a direct connection between the question that you just asked and some of the changes that you all have surfaced need to be made. I'm absolutely committed to supporting you all in making some of those adjustments. One additional benefit of you all making those adjustments is I think it's a real opportunity to demonstrate leadership at the school committee level by demonstrating through your actions and your use of time the priority that student outcomes represent for you by investing your time during your meetings, doing an effective job of monitoring student outcomes. I think that really helps create a real safe cultural space system-wide for that type of behavior to take place at your schools as well. Stephen, did you also have a question?
Yes, actually, so my question is related to, it might be slide 7, which is the breakdown of demographic populations in terms of goal 5. I'm curious as to, wait, I guess I see you switching to it. Yes, this slide. How did you all arrive at the overall 8% increase between your 1 year goal to your 5 year goal? So I assume you're just saying sort of the 2% like per year. But just how did you all arrive at that target?
So, oh, okay. I feel like I might be hearing an echo, but I think it's okay. I think we're thinking about goal setting amidst a pandemic, and what might be the increment that we might expect to see year over year, and then applied that 5 years out. One of the drivers of this goal in particular is Mass Core completion. At the time the goals were set, the committee had not yet approved the policy to implement Mass Core. Now that that policy has been approved, we may want to reconsider what that 5 year goal is, because we may have, we may see larger increases as we begin to implement that with the next class of 9th graders, right? We will need to see that over 4 years. It won't be an immediate jump up. But I think one of the important things with goal setting is understanding what will you be doing in order to expect a measure to change, and using that to help situate how large or wide, or sorry, large or small your goal increments are, if that makes sense.
Yes, and it does. Like, thank you. And I'm just especially, worrisome just because of the, we have those 2 years of ESSER funds, but also, those 2 years in terms of transition and recovery, particularly on mental health supports during that transition. So that all affects what that rate's going to look like, but hopefully we see greater increases for sure.
If I can follow up, as you all looked at historical data, that 2% increment per year, is that fairly consistent with historical trends? Is that fairly aggressive relative to historical trends?
We haven't actually seen, for this measure in particular, a lot of movement. It has been around the 43-44% mark for the last few years. So I do think 2% every year does feel a bit aggressive, given
so it's a
sort of what we've
significant
seen.
Historical trend.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions for the staff on this overall presentation? What other questions do you have?
AJ, may I just make a comment, please, about what we were just discussing, what Dr. Elkins just brought up? Just for a bit of perspective, because you asked how were these arrived at, there were also some fairly in-depth conversations about aspirational goals versus realistic goals, so to speak. Recognizing, are any of us going to be happy with a 53% of graduates meeting the citywide definition of college, career, and life readiness, as an example? No, of course we want higher than that, right? But we did try to have a conversation, and I think that was where we were going with 1 year goals versus 5 year goals of, what are reasonable, what are achievable steps with the right attention, budget focus, et cetera, drive, versus what are aspirational goals. And I will tell you, in goal setting, that is always a very difficult conversation to have. So I'm just reacting, Dr. Elkins, to your question about what was, I hope that's helpful in, what was the conversation about setting these.
Yeah, and the coaching that I recall providing the school committee at the time was to differentiate in your mind between a vision, which clearly your vision is for all students to demonstrate agency in this area. That is clearly the vision. And that the invitation here was to identify goals that described what is the next attainable step in the direction of that vision. And so the vision has not wavered for the school committee. The goals are not reflective of the vision. They're reflective of what is the next step we can take in the direction of achieving that vision. Other questions are for your staff relative to your goals. Other questions you have?
I'd like to add, and I think that Dr. Eccleston might be wanting to add something as well about the, I'd like to just add that this was really important work of the school committee last spring. And I was very proud that they went through this with you, AJ, around focusing on student outcomes and really focusing on data during the pandemic, at a time when we know that creating goals, and particularly aspirational goals, was quite challenging in terms of where we were at that moment. I also want to just remind and probably bring the new members up to date that we changed several policies to help our students to achieve career and college readiness. The big one was the Mass Core, but we also changed the attendance policy, the code of conduct policy, and we are working now and trying to finalize the grading policy, which was also going to contribute to our students being able to get ready. And I would just like Dr. Eccleston to speak on kind of the readiness that we have for the Mass Core briefly.
I won't repeat the points the superintendent just made, which were the same points I wanted to make. I do think that we are, because of the policy changes that the school committee has adopted, we are remarkably well positioned, I think, to really crush these benchmarks. I think we're going to see over time significant increases for all groups of students and accelerated progress for students where there are large gaps in meeting college and career readiness standards. We went through with each secondary school and looked at their organizational structure for next year to make sure that they have the staffing needs and the structure to deliver on a promise of the Mass Core graduation requirements. And with great confidence, we feel that we're really well prepared as a system to deliver on that policy. So I just want the group to know that I think we're really well positioned and in a strong spot because of both these policy changes and improvements that you all have led, and also the system response to that policy to make sure that we've readied both our central office and our schools to respond.
AJ, you're muted.
Sorry, other questions for your administration? Yeah, Kwok?
Yes. I understand that the graduation rate has dropped because of the pandemic, but I noticed I noticed that certain groups such as Asian, Latinx, EL students with disability, EL students in general, are dropping as well. From the slide. In addition to the reason related to COVID, I assume that, or I presuppose that you have also identified other reasons, other relevant reasons for the dropping. And I guess, I know it is an operational question, but I guess that the administrative staff has somehow developed means and ways to address that, hoping that later on the expectation of 2% growth will achieve. Is that correct?
So I wonder if Monica might be able to explain that actually the graduation rate has gone up, and it's the highest it's ever been at 78.8%, and we cut our dropout in half. But the measures that we were looking at here are other measures that go into the career and college readiness outside of the graduation rate. So Monica, can you please just explain again to Mr. Tran the measures that are going into this number that he's looking at?
Yep. So these percentages are the percentage of graduates who meet the college, career, and life readiness definition. That definition was developed by a cross-city stakeholder group. And so thank you for putting the slide back up. The 3 bullet points in the middle, attendance of 94% or better, a GPA of 2.7 or better, and the completion of mass core, as well as enrollment in advanced coursework. Students need to meet 2 of those 3 things. And then additionally, they need to have participated in anywhere, anytime learning, which consists of internships and other extracurricular type activities. What you can see in the table on this slide is actually a slight decrease in the percentage of graduates hitting the attendance and GPA indicators, but an increase in the percentage of graduates meeting the rigorous coursework standard. So we are still doing analysis to try and better understand when we see drops for different groups, what might be driving those drops. We know with the pandemic, attendance did go down, particularly with the remote and in-person learning last year. And we did see an increase in course failures. And so there are multiple data points driving changes, both positive and negative, that the team is working to better understand what was the driver for different groups of students. Does that help clarify?
Thank you. Yes, to a certain extent, yes. Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah, I think Brandon, was your hand up, and then Michael?
Thank you. I have a few questions, so I want to be mindful of time and sort of the cadence of this. I think 3 questions I have. For whatever it's worth, like food for thought, this is not a question, this is a comment, but I think it matters. I find these goals hard to read. And so like Brandon Cardet Hernandez, educator, and with a master's degree, like if I'm struggling to read these goals and understand how we measure them, I just am saying, like, I can imagine a family reading the goal and being like, how is this a SMART goal? Like, how do you measure it? How is it actionable? How is it timely? And food for thought for as we think about this for the future, new guide to the group. My question is sort of twofold. One, I know the graduation rate has gone up, but how much of that is connected to the state sort of removing MCAS competency requirements? So sort of question there. And then the second, is there a reason we've decided why it's not about young people completing the coursework, but it's about enrolling in the coursework? And I'm just I'm thinking about that. I think about that even in sort of the stories we tell around college success, right? We know that we can't just talk about kids enrolling in college, we talk about kids finishing college. And the same is true for advanced coursework here in our own system. So I'm curious about that. And then my last question is on slide, ay Dios míos, where is it? Slide 8. These goals, the remaining goals, students will acquire strong foundational reading skills. And then it's like a measure definition, percentage of K2 who meet or exceed grade level. What is the percentage that is success? And I guess the same is sort of true for all of those. Like, I understand how you're going to measure it, but what are you measuring towards? That may exist somewhere else. I'm just confused.
So I'm going to have Monica answer the last question. And she can correct me if I'm wrong on the graduation rate, but I think it's 8% of students are accounted by competency determination in some way or fashion, and 2.9%, I think it was, Monica, is only by competency. So is that correct?
Yes, I just want to, the competency determination remained in place.
Mm-hmm.
The 8% is the percent who did a combination of both testing and the modified process, which was a passing grade and an accepted course by DESE. And the 2.9% is they met the competency determination only through the passing of the course. So just
that may have been because they didn't also have an opportunity to take the test, correct?
Correct. Because this class of students was able to take the test in 2019 and then had at most one retest opportunity before COVID started and there were no more MCAS retest opportunities. So.
And then the reason I think that we chose, and I'm trying to recall when we talked about the measures, Monica, for enrolling rather than the grading, it was more about access and opportunity. Because, go ahead.
This was part of the research that I mentioned that Bob Balfans completed. So these measures were created by a cross-functional group in the city and then externally validated by Bob Balfans. And I'm happy to ensure that that research is recirculated amongst the committee members of the participation in the advanced coursework as opposed to completion.
And 94% attendance in high school during a pandemic is a very high bar at this point, but also these are, like Monica said, research-based measures. The combination of all of these together makes for students being successful. And then he had a question about the percent of K2 reading level. You'll have to clarify that. I can't remember why we chose that score.
So the table on slide 8 had a column of sort of the goal language that is not specific to what the data point is, and then a second column of what the measure is. And that distinction was made because the committee sort of thought about what were the high level sort of narrative around what the goal is. We want kids to be able to read by the end of K2 in their trajectory towards 3rd grade. But the measure in which we actually measure that with a data point may change. So for instance, we don't have baseline data for that measure because the district has changed the assessment that we use in early literacy. And so rather than tying the goal language itself to a specific assessment, the committee made the choice to have the goal language be more about early literacy. And then the measure, if it needs to change based on contracts that the district has, the measure can change in terms of like what the technical data point is.
But does it have an outcome, or am I missing that somewhere else in this document?
It's not in that document, but I can ensure that those data tables are also shared with the committee. They're not in that slide deck that you have.
Yeah. And I will like give up my time in 2 seconds. The only reason I'm asking is like, I'm thinking like school principal, Brandon, like as a principal, I could have never submitted that goal to the state or to the city, right? Because like it didn't have a measurement and it didn't have a measurement. So like, I'm just struggling as a parent and as a committee member, like these are hard goals to wrap our head around and also to rally the troops around. And I get the complexity of the system and everything that has happened with COVID, I trust, just because it doesn't, I don't know if we'd offer the same grace to a school leader that we're offering from this position to ourselves as the district.
I think Monica could probably speak to it, but we have a significant amount of data that we give to our school leaders in terms of the information that they're given at the student level, and parents are given different report cards on their children's progress. And I don't know if we want to take space and time here, or if we'd like to just move on, and we could certainly, I'm interested in hearing your ideas and how you think as a parent, and just with your background too, and how we can make the data more visible for different audiences and easier to digest. It can be challenging to digest, and our goal is to make it easier for people to understand it.
So this is actually a really important point, because this literally came up about an hour ago in our previous conversation. So I want to take a moment to connect the dots on what I hear Brandon surfacing, because these are spot on considerations. You all want to be able to have conversations about student achievement that are not only valuable for you as policymakers in understanding where is student success currently, what's worked, what hasn't worked, but is also fairly easy for your community to follow. That there's value in your community having clarity around what are relative levels of performance when compared to the goals. And so part of how we get there is having a little bit more practice and norming as a board around what do effective goal monitoring practices look like. This is a longer conversation that we won't be able to completely dig into this evening, but it is something that I want to just touch on this evening to tee it up for a future session, or we may do small breakout sessions for one board member at a time or something, but that specifically help support you all as a governing team on more effectively monitoring student performance. And some of that's going to require behavioral changes for the managerial team, not entirely inconsistent with what Brandon's surfacing, but some of it's going to require behavioral changes for you as the governing body as well. And so there's a document that I'll share with you all that is all around progress monitoring. And the intention of the document is to help give you an idea, what does quality progress monitoring in the governance context look like? Because it is a little bit different than what progress monitoring in a school would look like. But there are a few key ideas that I want to share with you before we transition away from this conversation. So one of those ideas is that the value of monitoring is to really help clarify whether we've grown or not, whether there's been growth in what students know and are able to do or not. Why do you think that is such an important part of monitoring? To be able to walk away with clarity about whether students have grown or not. Why do you think that's such an important part of monitoring?
Because it tells you your strategies are working.
It gives you insight into whether our strategies are working. Who else? Why is it so important for, if as a school committee member, you should walk away from a monitoring session with crystal clear insights into have our students grown or not? Why is that so important? So anyone else?
Isn't that the focus of why we're here?
That has something to do with why are we even have a school system? Like the school
Exactly.
system
What we're
doesn't
here
That's
for.
the goal. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
for
the-
anything other to improve what students don't are able to do. Yeah. Who else?
There's the larger budget implications as we're thinking about how we spend money, where we spend money, and where we don't want to spend money. These are the
Yeah.
ways that guide us.
It's working.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so if the focus of monitoring is how do we know whether or not students are actually growing, then what that means is we've got to invest some amount of time in making sure that the monitoring reports we receive are incredibly clear, that they help school committee members understand that. But there's also some work that we as school committee members have to do to prepare for that. Part of that is, as a school committee, you will need to get monitoring reports, usually at least a week before any meeting during which that report will be monitored. At least a week in advance. Another important part of the equation is, as school committee members, you'll need to have read it and submitted questions to your superintendent at least 3 to 5 days in advance. Why do you think the board members all reading the monitoring reports and submitting questions about them back to the staff at least 3 to 5 days in advance of the meeting? Why do you think that's a really important part of monitoring? Not only reading it, but submitting questions to your staff 3 to 5 days in advance. Why do you think that's an important part of monitoring? Stephen?
Well, it eliminates those spontaneous questions that sometimes you can catch people off guard with, and they may not necessarily have the answer for it. So it allows them to prepare ahead of time to have that answer.
Yeah, if the goal of monitoring is to have accurate information, which is better? If staff is prepared to deliver it, or if staff are caught in a gotcha game?
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's
certainly. So the purpose is to make sure that we get the highest quality information possible. Yeah, Brendan, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, we're all new. A chunk of us are new and we've only met on Zoom. It moves away from a feeling of I got you to I got your back, right? Like I want to know that I trust that you know what you're doing, and I want to give you space. And right now, the way it sort of has played is definitely, I'm asking you in real time, and that's because I've only seen it in real time, and so it feels more intense. Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't lend to me as a school committee member getting the best possible answer, or to us feeling like we're actually in this to win it for students. Now it becomes this thing. Okay, so getting information. So first step is we've got to get our information in advance. It sounds like some process improvements for the staff. Then the school committee members have to read it in advance and then have to submit questions in advance. But then the next step is the management team then needs to get answers to a lot of those questions back in advance. Why do you think that's important? That the first round of inquiry is actually provided back to school committee members even before the meeting starts. Why do you think that's an important part of the process?
I think it helps board members understand and perhaps have different insights to share. And I was also going to say, if multiple board members are going back to the staff with the same questions, it also helps to pivot how information is presented, not just to the board members, but also to the general public.
Yeah, so much of this goes back to, I think, the original point that Stephen surfaced, which was, how do we use our time together as a deliberative body, having really deep, meaningful, generative discussions rather than surface level conversations that never really get to the heart of the matter. And part of the way you get there is that you just have to plan for that systematically. You just have to be more effective at planning for it. Jerry, did you have a comment?
No, I think that's what makes us more effective. The better prepared we are, the more in depth we can go, The better information we give back to the staff, the clearer the presentations are, not only to us, but to the public as well. So everybody is getting a better feeling that the information is transparent, it's real, it's understandable, and we're not hiding anything.
Yeah, and to that point, this Q&A that happened in advance, that should all be in a document that's made public at the same time that the board's having the monitoring conversation, so that the community sees what are the preliminary kind of clarifying questions that were asked to try to help understand the basics, but that really fed and made space for the board to be able to ask higher level questions that really get to the heart of the matter. Like, all of that should be transparent and made publicly available. None of that should be hidden. None of that should be obfuscated. And so these are just a few ideas. Like I said, we'll do a deep dive into more of this later. But this idea that there are strategies for how we monitor student learning, and that to implement those strategies effectively is going to require adult behavior change, both on the part of management in some areas and on the part of school committee members in some areas, that if there's a willingness to engage in those changes, that you can collectively, as a governing team, have really powerful conversations about what's happening for students and what strategic steps you plan to take next as a school system. Any other questions about this idea of monitoring and effective monitoring before we pivot to our next topic? Any other questions about effective monitoring before we pivot?
The question I have, AJ, is just, does it limit to the 5 priorities then, or do we, how do we focus on those 5 priorities? And I want to make sure before we pivot off of this section of the agenda that there's agreement on this committee around those 5 goals. And are those still the same priorities that this composition of school committee has for the superintendent?
I can answer one of those questions. Obviously, I can't answer the other one. So the question I can answer is that if the school committee wants the school system to benefit from its priorities, then the school committee actually has to prioritize. And so it does not work if the school committee bounces from topic to topic to topic every single week, rather than focusing in on a few narrowly defined core topics, which is the whole point of having goals to begin with. And so what that means is that your monitoring would absolutely be focused on what the school committee has identified as its goals. That's what the monitoring would be focused on. That's the only way to be effective with this. If you try to focus on 50 different things, the school committee that thinks everything is a priority ultimately makes nothing a priority. That doesn't mean that the school committee doesn't get access to other data. It's just that would be sent home. So if there's other data that's meaningful, members should get that. But that's something that they have questions about. They should always feel comfortable asking, and the administration should answer those questions. That's just done through whatever your normal offline communication strategy are, and that your school committee meetings should be really focused in on what has the school committee said are the things that matter most. Let's dive in and monitor those things as effectively as we possibly can. Other questions about effective monitoring before we pivot back to this conversation? Other questions about effective monitoring before we pivot?
How often in a year do you monitor a particular goal?
It depends. Is it important to you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if it's important to you, then I would recommend a minimum of 4 times per year.
Okay. So quarterly.
If it's
quarterly,
quarterly
updates.
if it's not important to you, yeah.
But you're not
for each particular goal, yeah.
Right, but you're not going to necessarily monitor all goals at the same time, because data that's available around different goals happens, so that we would really need to plan to understand for goal X, here are the opportune times to be looking for monitoring reports because certain other things are available for us to utilize as the data that's going to be reported back on.
Yeah, so as a practical matter, you'd wind up doing monitoring 12 months out of the year. You'd
Right,
wind up
because you're
spending
monitoring
time
something
monitoring
at every meeting.
every single month, but it would vary based on data availability. What information is most
Mhm.
available this month relative to our goals? And so we do a deep dive into that. And that's the other thing about monitoring is these need to be deep dives, not just surface, let's deal with the easy answers, but let's really get at what's working and what's not working, and really deeply dive into that as a prelude to then asking, okay, now that we've done that, you know, grounded in what we've learned, what's next? Where do we go from here? Other reflections on monitoring before we transition?
One thing is there a list of the suggested things that should be the checkpoints in what is included in a monitoring report, so that we make sure we get to those deep dives?
Absolutely. And so what we'll do is I'll make sure that we send documents out to the entire committee, and that we get them, you know, translated as necessary. But yes, the short answer is yes, we absolutely provide that, and it's important that you all have access to those type of resources to help you continuously just get better and better and level up your skills. So yeah, we will provide that, and we'll be able to provide that, you know, translated at least to Spanish and English to match the needs of the committee.
Thank you. Okay.
So we've talked a lot about these goals. The question that the superintendent poses is, to what extent is the committee still committed to these goals? So before, in lieu of letting loose on that question, I would say if that's a question that the committee wants to take up, then let's identify that as a question the committee wants to take up, but tonight is not the night to take it up. There'd have to be a full process developed around that, in the same way that there was a full process involved, there was community engagement involved, conversations involved with arriving at your goals and values. If you're ever going to change them, they're similarly, I think you need to go back to your community and have conversations. This is not ever something you should do off the cuff. Like, this is not a small thing, because you're talking about, you know, what is the direction that we're driving the entire organization. And so if there's ever that desire, it's like, you know what, I don't feel like these are right, then what you're really saying is, let's start a process. And it's usually, depending on school system, the low end 3 months, on the really, really high end, I've seen 9 months, but usually they wound up being 3 to 4 months, maybe 3 to 6 month process of doing the constituent engagement necessary to make substantive revisions to your goals or values. And so I do want to go ahead and, you know, with that as context, you know, put the superintendent's inquiry out there. Are folks thinking that there's an appetite to kind of set aside the existing goals and values and restart the process of adoption?
I think it's a conversation.
Yeah, Steve.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and I'm sorry I didn't put my hand up. I was saying, I think it's a conversation we should definitely engage in. I think given the superintendent's transition, but also how new this committee is as well.
Gotcha. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that sentiment, not so much to take away from this, because I do know that there's a sense of stability and, you know, commitment to a plan, and not switching up everything every year, or you know, that we do have to remain consistent as possible, but it shows stability and commitment to a plan. But there are a few things that I think I would probably add to this list, or make more explicit in the goals as they're laid out here.
So you're thinking tweaks rather than complete scrap and start over?
Yes, definitely building on the foundation.
Anyone else thoughts on this?
Yeah.
I have a question. There's some pretty key long-term pieces that I don't currently see reflected in this. And so I agree with both Brandon and Stephen that I just think it's worth a conversation to understand where pieces can be added, if they should be added. But we're talking about our strategic plan, and there's some pretty big pieces, like our physical environments, right? Like our facilities are like, it's not here, unless it's somewhere else that I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, and so, yeah, definitely this idea, there are things missing, the presence of which would really make a difference for our students that we need to add. And so I think you're right, that's a fair conversation for the school committee to have. One challenge that I would provide to you all is the school committee that tries to focus on everything is a school committee that focuses on nothing. And so anytime you look to add something, it usually means that you first need to decide what thing is it that's currently here that we can remove, and then that we could, so I'd be thinking about what are we going to take away that will replace, not can we just add and then add it and add and completely dilute the organization's ability to focus on anything. And so, obviously you are the deliberative body, you get to make these decisions, but they're decisions that appropriately have costs. And you all need to decide what the costs are. Which things are we going to remove for each thing that we're going to add in? And that is a very healthy, very appropriate conversation to have. So this is not suggesting don't have it. This is suggesting understand the nature of it. That every time we add something, we need to contemplate what are we going to remove so that we can have a sense of focus rather than trying to be all things to all people and then fail all of our children because of our lack of discipline. Kwok, then Brandon, then Michael.
Yes. Given the fact that the original strategic plan and goals and whatnot were pretty much developed by with your assistance by the old, for lack of a better term, the old committee. Right now we have 4 new members who are pretty much the majority of the committee. I do support adding to the goals, or even adding strategies, values, whatever to those goals, or even adding more goals, if given their expertise, bringing into the committee. I don't know how long this committee will last, but in order for us to work in concert with each other, we may need to tweak the whole thing.
Yeah. And so I want to 2 different ideas just for you all's consideration here. One is making tweaks. And so tweaks means we're going to take what we've got, but we're going to make some changes to it. So for example, one of the things I heard Brandon say is, is this fully smart? Is there something we could add, a target, a baseline, or somewhere that make it smart? So we haven't actually changed the goal. We've just clarified the goal. I consider that a tweak. I think that's certainly open season. An entirely separate phenomenon, Kwok, is what you just said. I think we should add a goal. And what I'm suggesting to you very aggressively, I don't want to be misinterpreted here. What I'm suggesting to you is that you have 5. And so if you want another one, then first you need to decide which of the current 5 you want to delete that one, and then decide what you want to add in its place. But I would not encourage you to start having 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 goals. You get to the point where now it's just performative and you're actually disabling the organization from being able to focus on anything. So if you want to be real about how do we serve children, you will have to prioritize. There will be things that you don't add only because It doesn't fit in the highest need, highest leverage set of priorities at this exact moment. This will be a tough, challenging, painful process. It always is. And so if you feel some kind of way as you're going through a process like that, then you're probably doing it well. But this is not a scenario where it will benefit children to just add things because it feels bad that you're missing them. You'll want to be very strategic about, okay, if we're going to add something, what are we going to delete? Which of the current 5 goals do we say, you know what, this is not the highest priority right now. Let's delete this one and replace it with this other thing.
AJ, the other piece that is important, and I'm shocked you're not saying it, considering how hard you worked with us on being truly focused on student outcomes. And, you know, when we did this work, we had a lot of conversations about things that are of concern that we do have to work on. And I'm going to use what Ms. Lopera just brought up about facilities as an example. Absolutely critical work. But facilities is not a student outcome. It is an adult input in. And we worked really, really hard to sift through an entire wall of ideas of things that are important and to say, no, that's not a student outcome. That the goals that we set, and if you go back and reread them through the lens of, is this a student outcome? What were the student outcomes that we were most focused on? And that's why we said things like early literacy. We want to start with early literacy, you know, so on and so forth. The others are all absolutely critical and a part of our work. But AJ, I just refer back to you because you were the one who keeps pushing.
They're not measures of what students don't are able to do. And when you adopt goals, remember what I said earlier, goals should be, what is the next step we're taking in the direction of our vision? And I submit to you, the vision of your school system is not the kids will figure out how to teach themselves. We're worried about whether or not we have great facilities. That is not your vision. Your vision is about what's the blessing that we leave students with? What is it that they will know and be able to do as they leave our corridors? And so because your vision is inextricably intertwined with your aspirations for children, your goals are always a description of what's the next step we'll take in the direction of our vision. For that reason, your goals will always be about the outcomes you want for students. Your values speak to other operational matters, perhaps, but the goals should be about what is it we aspire to on behalf of the children we serve. Stephen? Or hold on, Brandon, were you next? Yeah. Brandon, then Stephen, then Lorena.
Stephen can go because he let me go before, and then I'll go out.
Stephen, Lorena, Brandon.
No, I mean, and you know, obviously reserved for a later conversation as well. I mean, so I think, you know, for a goal, looking at like these slides, you know, there's been so much conversation, particularly about Black and Latin student progress. And this has been followed up with great work, racial equity planning tool that's been rolled out at individual schools. But in these 5 goals, I don't actually see that explicitly named, for example. Yeah. And so that would be something like a tweak that would be in there. Now I know some of it, some of it is taken care of. Some of it with goal 2, goal 3, there's intersections, but if we're so deliberate, for example, in goal 2 and 3 to name specific student populations, it actually astounds me that Black and Latin students are not actually named.
And I would join you. That to me feels like more of a tweak than it does a complete rewrite. Yeah. Lorena?
Thank you. I'm having strong reactions thinking through like student focused goals. When I think about the spaces in which our students are in, they are not conducive to learning. They are limiting opportunities for learning. We don't have science labs. we don't have libraries. We don't have, I think that it's a through line that impacts many of these pieces.
That's correct. That's completely correct.
Yeah.
And so how do we think about making sure, I think about like a facilities master plan, and to me, it's not just the building, it's what is able to then happen within the building. And right now, our students and our staff are limited in their ability to actually function and provide an adequate education to our children, because where we are housed, honestly, by the city is quite frankly inadequate right now. And so how do we not lose sight of that? Because we really can't hit all of these pieces if we don't have the adequate learning environments.
Absolutely. That's completely correct.
And so how does knowing that, and knowing that we have a substantial amount of work that needs to be done around this facilities master plan that impacts enrollment, that impacts our budget, that impacts our transportation, that impacts all of the things, right? That we hear from families that they want to know what is what and what's going to be in existence 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line, that impacts pathways, that impacts grade configurations. So how do we have these goals and still know that there is this bigger thing that's a through line for many of these pieces that isn't stated? Like, help me reconcile that.
Are school lunches important?
Yes, absolutely.
Should we have a goal about school lunches?
I mean, I would say yes.
Is transportation important?
Absolutely.
Do we have a goal about transportation?
Yes, and I would say that all of this ties back to facilities.
Is having libraries important?
Yes.
Should we have a goal about libraries?
We have a goal, but we have one. That's actually done. That's
Our parent-teacher conference is important.
Absolutely.
Do we have a goal about that?
Yeah, but we're talking about like core goals. You're
Yeah,
trying
yes.
to, I feel
So
like
the
I'm being tried to dissuade from like this being a stated thing, but I don't think our district can move forward.
No. That's not the point. The
Okay,
point
so
is
tell me your
this.
point.
The point is this. We could sit here and talk about literally hundreds of different things that go into whether or not children are well served. Hundreds and hundreds of things. We could do this list all night of individual elements that go in. Our student athletic uniforms important. Should we have a goal around that? I mean, we could go all night long about all of the things that go into whether or not children can learn. What I'm suggesting to you is, even if you know as a fact that all of those things are perfectly managed, what does that tell you regarding what students know and are able to do? What information does that provide you about what students know and are able to do? If you know that facilities are perfect, what information does that provide you with regarding what students know or are able to do? The correct answer is? Anybody? If you know.
I think you're saying the correct answer is nothing.
Yes, but I refuse to believe that.
You don't know.
Can
You don't know.
Can I ask a question?
If you know perfectly the state of your facilities, does that tell you whether little AJ can read?
No.
No, it does not. And so that's not to suggest, it's not, so to be clear, it's not to suggest that it's not important. That is not the nature of this conversation. It is, however, to suggest that it does not tell you the number one thing that you are responsible for, which is improving outcomes for your students. And so the only message here is you have to be able to, if you're going to be effective in governing school systems, you've got to be able to differentiate between what is the goal that we're trying to accomplish and what are the means by which we accomplish the goal. And you never want to confuse those two. You never want to set up a scenario where you communicate to your superintendent, hey, you don't have to educate kids. As long as the facilities are great, then that's what we measure. You always want to make sure that what she's evaluated on is what is it that students know are able to do. And then you will have to have systems in place for looking at other high priority factors that go into the education of children. All I'm saying is you never, ever, ever want to confuse what are we here to accomplish with what are the means by which we go about accomplishing it. Lorena, does that the difference between those two, the end results we're trying to accomplish and the means by which we accomplish them, is the difference between those two help clarify?
It does. It does help clarify. I still think that what I'm hearing you say is just the difference between the goals and the means and the strategies by which we get there.
Yeah.
But I'm also hearing you say that we have these primary goals, and then there are other things that we still need to hold with the same utmost importance. And so
no, I'm not saying that. I am not.
AJ, isn't that partly the values or guardrails as well?
Yeah,
that fits in there.
That's what those are. But I want to be clear with Lorraine on this point. I am not saying that these other things are as important. What I'm asserting to you, and it may be just a difference of belief, what I'm asserting to you is your school system, my belief, exists for one reason only. And that is not to have great facilities. That is not why the people of Boston said, let's have a school system, because we want great facilities in our neighborhoods.
no, but you know what? We are right now having small group classes and interventions in hallways. We are right now providing student supports on staircase landings. And so that to me is not adequate. And so
and those things have to be addressed. Absolutely. But what you don't want is you never want to send the message to your superintendent that if you address those things, but kids haven't learned, that you have done your job. You never want to accidentally send that message. And so for that reason, when we talk about what your goals are, your goals always have to be, what are the end results that we want for children? And then there is a whole nother conversation that you have around what are the means, what are the high priority means that have to be addressed to get there. But you never want to confuse what are our aspirations for children with did adults do a thing? Because adults doing a thing is not synonymous with children actually growing in what they know and are able to do. And so that's the only point. The point is not that any of the things you're highlighting are not important. That is not the message. The message is that the single most important thing is there growth in what students know and are able to do, and build everything around that. And that gives you insights into, well, wait a minute, this group of students isn't growing in what they know and be able to do. What are the things that are not working that have to be resolved to address it? But in that moment, all of the means are put in the context that you intend for them. That's not important to you because you think buildings are important. It's important to you because you think student learning is important. And so all we're saying, keep that primary and understand that has to be primary. That has to be more important than anything else. And then all of the means that come along have to be judged in relationship to what extent are they causing or hindering access to that education for children?
I appreciate that. I'm also thinking that this is probably why a school district shouldn't really be solely responsible for those facilities pieces, and why this should be a goal and a responsibility, say, of the city.
Of the city and of the school system, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Brandon, and then Zara, I see you trying to get in there as well.
I was gonna say exactly what Lorena said, right? Like it's a deep reminder that these issues, one, I think there's just like the thing that has to be said, the elephant, which is this is a city and a country that has long lived on a separate and often not equal education. And so like this question about buildings and facilities just brings up real sort of a consciousness, a historical consciousness of what we have been through and where we are. And to Lorena's point, like it is unacceptable, full stop, for any kid to be learning, having pull-out instruction in a stairwell or splitting classrooms with curtains, like the things, and that because that is not the universal experience of the system. And we know who is also not experiencing the system that way. But to your point as well, and this should be a conversation as we talk about the role of the superintendent and we build out our superintendent search, like as a city and for the municipality, for this sort of bigger municipality, like what do we think the job is of the superintendent to manage facilities? And what do we think the job of the superintendent is to generate outcomes and facilitate outcomes for kids? And this might be the moment for us to have this conversation when we're talking about something as big as facilities, not really fitting into our vision for how kids learn best, but recognizing that that's really important work that someone needs to take on because our school system, our buildings are literally crumbling. And so I'm just and hoping that we can table that for the job description.
The talk about facilities does speak to our vision for how children learn best. All I'm saying is it doesn't speak to have children learn. That's
agreed. Agreed. And we're saying the same thing.
Yeah. And I think the other point that you make is absolutely essential here. You all would never, ever be satisfied with saying, you know what? Who is the best facilities manager in the country? Let's hire them for a superintendent. You would never say that. What you're thinking to yourself is, who can really drive performance improvements for my students and can really make sure that they're growing? And that gives you insight that your goals are not about the means, they're about the ends. And you want to hire a superintendent that can drive performance improvement relative to your ends, not just relative to your means. They'll have to do that in order to get there. Like if you maintain the kind of facility issues that I hear y'all talking about, then there are going to be situations where your students struggle to get there. But you want somebody who's strong enough to figure out, where are those at and how do I handle those? But never let changing the light bulb become a proxy for, did children in the lit room learn to read? That's the challenge. And especially as you're on a superintendent search, there will be a bunch of people in shiny suits who want to be your superintendent, who will have a lot of things to say about the means. And what I would strongly encourage you to focus on is, who actually has a track record of improving outcomes for students, not just who can make the trains run on time. That's a valuable skill. I'm not saying it isn't, but maybe the superintendent hires them as a chief operating officer, but who actually has an instructional vision for helping ensure that children actually grow in what they know and are able to do. That's what you want in a leader. Zaira, you've been wanting to hop into this conversation, and then Kwok, and then we're gonna have to pivot entirely because we're having too much fun.
So I kind of have more of like clarifying questions in a way. So you're talking about like the needs of like facilities and also like the needs of students and everything, but like, do you believe or think that the needs of facilities and the needs of students do coincide like with each other?
I think they are intertwined, yes. If I only had to pick between the two, if I had to choose between the needs of helping a child learn to do math or solving a suboptimal facility situation, like this is obviously a false choice, but like if I had to pick between those two, I always pick the child. Like I always gravitate to, how do I meet the needs of the child over the needs of the system? Like that, to me, that's an easy decision. I think the harder thing that you all have to be thoughtful about as a governing team is where do those trade-offs live in reality? Because you have a fairly finite amount of money, and you got to figure out, how do we divide that up? And what you select as your goals is a real North Star for how do we divide up the limited resources we have. That's why this conversation has so much meaning, is because if you all decide that 20 things are important, then you'll divide the money 20 different ways and get none of them done. If you decide 3 or 4 things are important, then that really allows you to focus in on getting those things done. And then once those are done, then, okay, what are the next 3 or 4 things that are really critical? And let's focus on that. And then what are the next 3 or 4? But if you try to do everything all at once, you will fail all of the children in everything that you're trying to do. That's why this conversation is so crucial. Is what are we not? What's the only thing we'll ever focus on? What's the first thing we're going to focus on now, and then now, and then now, and then now? I don't know, Zyra, is that responsive to your inquiry?
I mean, yeah, but then okay, right? So I'm also thinking like I'm a student, right? So like I'm like actually going to school within these buildings, you know, like I'm walking through these halls, and I'm not gonna lie, like I feel like we really should focus on the facilities. I mean, yeah, like we need to focus on children learning how to read, how to spell, but I feel like we can't really like reach. I mean, we can reach that, but I feel like the facilities kind of hinder that, right? Especially like I know I'm a senior, I'm graduating soon, right? So I don't have to like deal with the buildings. And so like I'm grateful for that, but like the other students that are left in these buildings have to deal with it, right? They have to deal with these gloomy hallways, they have to deal with these small classrooms that they're splitting up. They got to deal with every few years, every 2 years, classes being switched up because they might not have enough classrooms to even do one thing, right? So it's like, I've dealt with wanting to have one class and all of a sudden it's changed because, oh, we don't have enough space for it, right? I've dealt with being inside these hot classrooms, you know, your brain's melting. You're not learning anything in these buildings really sometimes because of the actual conditions of them, right? My school was built, I think, before World War II. So it's pretty old. You go down the gymnasium, you don't get any kind of service. Walking from the left side of the hall to the right side can literally disrupt your phone call. Like, honestly, I feel like we really should put our buildings as one of our top priorities. I think it should be a goal because it is very important, because you cannot learn if you're sitting there with your brain melting, if your teacher passes out in the middle of class because of how hot it is. You're not going to learn anything when you're deciding to skip school because you're saying this school is so dreary, I feel like I'm losing energy out of it. You're not going to learn anything when the buildings, I don't know. I just feel like you're not gonna learn, because my school, I mean, it's the old school. I remember going to middle school, and the middle school hallways are just so dark sometimes, and it's like it makes you not want to learn anything. It makes you want to become lazy. It makes you, I don't know, it makes you not retain anything. You kind of at the end of the day, you're like, wait, what did I learn? It's like, oh, school went by so quickly but so slow. And it's like the school can put so much effort into having like extracurricular for math or reading, right, to help students boost that. But it's like, if you're not motivated within your school because of how it looks or the lack of facilities, you're not going to learn anything. So I feel like the facilities really should be one of our goals and main priorities, because you're not going to learn anything if you're not motivated within your school. And if you don't have the adequate tools for something, you're not able to reach that goal. A carpenter can't build a wall if he doesn't have plaster, right? See, students, they can't learn if they can't learn science if they don't have tables for science class, right? You can't sit in a chair without a chair. Students can't learn without adequate buildings.
Yeah, you need adequate facilities to help you learn it. The message here isn't suffer without adequate facilities. The message is don't say, let's get the facilities right, and then say that we have achieved the vision, because we have not. So if we provide children with chairs, but we don't provide them with an education, have we gotten the job of the schools done?
I mean, fair, I understand what you're saying, but I also feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's just that student's perspective of me, like going to BPS schools for 6 years. I mean, I have friends that have gone to BPS schools for longer than me, since kindergarten, right? And it's just like, yeah, you might have like top A facilities, right? But C quality education, but it's like, a lot of times facilities do hinder your education, right? If you have a
especially if it's too hot or cold.
Yeah, your education might be a C or a B, and it's like, you want that. You keep saying education is our top priority, but you need to also focus. Like, I feel like that's what ties in with mental health for students. If you're having a dreary school and you go to a school that's gray and dim and dark, your mental health is gonna suffer. Your grades are gonna suffer. I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like the way your school looks and the presentation of your school, like, don't judge. Yeah, it matters, right? Don't judge a book by its cover, but some parents do.
But people do.
Based on the way they look, right? So I feel like facilities really do tie in and really drive a lot of the things, right? like if we don't have a facility without a library, how are we going to be able to teach kids how to read, right? How are we going to push their reading skills, right? If you don't have, let's say, for instance, a school needs a computer room, right? If you don't have a good computer room, how are students going to learn how to code correctly? How are school students going to be able to learn how to use a MacBook correctly or computers correctly, right? I feel like facilities really do drive students' learning, right?
I think they definitely have a huge impact, and that if they are will make it harder for students to be successful, without a doubt. Will having quality facility, if you have grade A facilities, does that cause literacy? No, it does not. But if you have grade F facilities, could that make it harder to attain literacy? Yeah, I completely agree that it could. Absolutely. Kwok, I know you've had your hand up for a while.
Yes, I appreciate all the concerns regarding regarding facilities and stuff like that. When the previous board sat down with you, we developed goals, and I remember the thing that stick in my mind clearly is whatever kind of goals that we are developing is for the best interest of the students in regards to educational attainment, in regards to education, in regards to the growth, educational growth. So the goals were developed with that in mind. And of course, we have, then when we developed that, I remember I sat there and I tried to delineate, or for lack of a better term, differentiate between two realms of duties. First, our board duty is to develop goals and policy to reach or to provide every and all students with the best opportunity to achieve, to the best of their ability, the educational attainment according to their potential. And the other side of the coin is the operational side of how to achieve those goals. I believe rests with the administrative staff, meaning the superintendent's office. That include facilities, that include curriculum development, that include cultural diversity of teachers, that include anything and everything that would lead to the attainment of the students' achievement. So by differentiating those two, we have those goals. Okay, without giving less credit to the concern of facility improvement, I would say that facility improvement is part of the, is a contributing factor, is a substantial contributing factor to that goal, to the goal of achievement, the students' educational growth. Then giving due deference to new board members, I would say, well, tweak the goals, stay the goals as they are, because it took us, I remember, I don't know how long, to put all those goals together and try to implement it. Of course, we are implementing them, and we are facing obstacles, and some of these obstacles are in fact operational issues that rest with the with the team, and I with the administrative team, and I believe that the administrative team, including the superintendent, have been doing the best they can to achieve that. Well, here I like to put a segue there, regarding the resignation. I wish I speak for the record. I wish the mayor would have conferred with us before making that decision. But anyway, so that's the thing that, here we are trying to argue, that should be a goal and that should not be a goal. But But the bottom line is, you know, like you said, Mr. Gabriel, you know, the goal is the best interest of the children's education. So all those are interrelated operationally. We have a say in it, but we monitor it accordingly, tweak it, add it, whatever. But adding a new tool, a new goal, I agree with you, is something that may deviate from the core principle of educational attainment. Thank you.
So I don't agree that the board spending a lot of energy on the developing the existing goals is a compelling reason to keep them. I think you keep them because you believe that they're the right thing to keep. But what I would say to your
but I didn't say that we you know, we develop to keep it. We develop to implement it, and the implementation requires operational services.
And that's the point that I was going to double down on, that I do agree with, is that if you let's assume you're correct, Kwok, that it is not going to be possible for children to learn well. And the argument that I think you and Zaira are both making, that it will not be possible for children to learn well without some improvements in facilities. If that's the case, will the superintendent be able to improve student learning without first addressing that? Obviously, if you're correct, then the answer is no. She wouldn't be able to improve student learning without addressing that. And so then at that point, it causes facilities issues to become a priority for the superintendent, or she fails to improve student outcomes, and then you need to make a employment decision, you know, based on failure. But that's the key thing, is that if those various adult inputs are critical and the superintendent doesn't attend to them, then student outcomes don't improve. And then we need to have a different conversation. But if she could find a way to manage the facilities issues and improve student outcomes, all I'm suggesting is you're better served by evaluating her on, did she actually improve the student outcomes? I see two more hands before we need to shift away from this. Let's do Brenda first, and then Jerry, Chair, get the last word on this before we transition.
I will be brief because I know we need to transition, and I am only offering context in that when we went through this exercise before, and the reason I bring it up now as the question, and I'm sorry if it took us off task a bit, is that the new board will have to own these new goals moving forward, and having a discussion and making sure everybody understands what's in them and that they own them will be incredibly important in moving forward with the strategic direction for the district, and that everybody's on the same page. 1. 2, I just offer that AJ's focusing the school committee that made these goals. We went through these same conversations. It was hard to get to these 5. I think they wanted like 15 on there. But they went through the rigor of trying to get to these 5. And there was a lot of community engagement around these 5 as well. And they were changed because of community feedback. So that was really important. And then just finally, I'd offer that no matter what, I mean, when I first became superintendent, I walked in all 125 of these buildings, and this has been a priority of mine and of the team. And we have been pushing on the city. But the funding for our buildings rests with the city, and it rests in the capital budget. And so that is a discussion to have with the city and the city council and the mayor in the future about their investment in children. If they can invest in 24 billion for tunnels, and they can build a seaport, they can build some schools for our kids, and libraries and gymnasiums and nursing stations and playgrounds and outdoor gardens, all the things that children should have in science labs. And so far, the city has produced, though, and has been very generous in that we have done work on cafeterias. We have done work on clean water now. The fact that we didn't have clean water was a surprise. Our bathrooms now have all their venting fixed, so they're not smelly. I know Zyra likes that. And we have air conditioning going in this summer, and we have a library plan. So regardless of the focus on student outcomes, if you are also, know that the superintendent is going to be focused on these issues because they matter. They matter to our kids, as this whole discussion showed. And the school committee can still present on this because we have to, the superintendent has to present to you the capital budget, and that has to be approved. MSBA has to be approved. And so those things just statutorily have to come to the school committee. So I just want to offer that context.
Thank you. Jerry, you get to bring us home on this conversation.
Yeah. I want to thank Brenda for the things that she just said, because those are many of the things that I wanted to also point to. But I guess the question is, for example, as we think about the importance of facilities, we know the responsibility we have about the 5 goals. You know, as we put together our agendas and the reports, et cetera, that come to us, it doesn't preclude our getting regular updates on facilities, et cetera, to make sure people are staying on task. But the monitoring of some of those issues is very different from the critical kind of monitoring we talked tonight about, monitoring for student outcomes. So I guess part of it is, you know, how, and this probably leading us to where we're going next, you know, what are the things we're going to be discussing at our meetings? We critically know, you know, a lot of our time needs to go to monitoring issues of student outcomes. So if that's 50% of our time, what goes into the other 50%? You know, we've got this, you know, the student superintendent's report, we have certain ongoing things. How do we make sure the content in the context of those things deal with some of these other topics that are critical? But, you know, we can't do 150 topics, but we can name some critical ones. So I'm interested in, as we move forward, to figure out this balance. How do we do the both and without adding another 5, 10 goals to our work, and taking the time? I mean, I don't think as a group we've ever had a chance to even sit back and review the 5 really. This is probably the first night that people have even seen the 5, and we haven't had all of the monitoring of the district on the 5, so that if we were to go to tweak them, you know, to understand what we do know and what we don't know as we're moving forward. So I really feel like we're at the right moment with this group of trying to begin to sort of understand what they've inherited as part of our moving forward, but how do we create the structure of our meetings so that it's a both and in terms of the kind of information that we're receiving.
So this has been an unexpectedly interesting conversation that's diverged into this topic of, you know, goals. There's a whole nother section of at the same time that this board adopted goals that describe what do we want our students to know and be able to do, kind of what are the highest need, highest priority areas of learning for our students. This board also adopted a set of values that said what are some of the high need, high leverage operational areas that are areas of our values that have to be attended to as well. And so you wind up with both. My recommendation is have no more than 5 of both that reflect what you as a board say are the priorities. But the takeaway message, the message I want you to leave with is simple. Be careful what you choose to focus on, because whatever you as a governing body choose to focus on, that's what your administration is probably going to follow you in focusing on. And so there is a huge opportunity cost. There's a huge risk, cost benefit analysis that has to be done with whatever path you take. What you do as a governing body is hugely, hugely impactful. And wrong steps carry very damaging results for children. And so I would encourage you to measure every step very cautiously against what is it that our community most desires to see? And how do we translate that into policy and into action as a governing team? And to the extent that I can support you in that process of really being in a space of listening to your community, trying to be in a space of discernment around what are the priorities, what's the vision of the community, and then how do we translate that into governance action? To the extent that I can support you in that, call me. Like I'm here for that. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about what the school system can do and the really challenging work you have ahead. But just know I will always engage you in the exact same conversations we've had this evening. The tune's never going to change. That there's always going to be an insistence that you all be very cautious with the limited resources, the limited opportunity that you have, that you marshal on behalf of your students. In any way I can support you as you're engaged in that. Call on me anytime, individually, one-on-one, if you want to talk through some of these issues, if you want to get a sense of what other school systems across the country have done, just know that I'm excited to be an asset and an ally to you in this work. A last pivot before we close out is I want to put on the screen what we try to do with your staff is put together some ideas of what your next few months might look like. What we haven't done is we haven't modified that based on your feedback this evening. And so we've dropped in what are things that we know have to go in anyway. Now, some of the things that you all mentioned obviously show up here. So some of the concerns you have around student assignment enrollment, that's obviously here. Issues you have around the budgeting and things of that obviously show up here. And so some of the things that you want are already here. What I will commit to doing is working with your staff to take the additional things that we've discussed this evening that aren't already here and see if we can find ways to tuck those in. That's one follow-up that I will commit to from this evening, is to take the feedback that you all generated this evening and go and revise this proposed schedule. The second commitment is one I made earlier, is I'll further, based on what you all want to do, is I'll take that feedback and generate a set of what are changes that you might make to your meetings so that as you're engaging in these topics, you're getting the maximum benefit as a team of your collaborative work around these topics. So I felt like I heard some concerns like, are we being as effective as we could be? Are there things that are kind of holding us back from having the quality of dialogue that we intend? I definitely hear that, and I'm with you on that. And so in addition to making some modification to this proposed schedule to try to insert the things that you all want, commitment number one. Commitment number two is I'll also make some recommendations for what could the actual changes to your meetings and the process leading up to your meetings, what could some changes to that look like that could help free you all up to have the quality of dialogue that you intend. So those are the two commitments I'll make. As you look at this proposed schedule, what questions, comments, are there things that seem off, things that you'd want to strike entirely? Take a moment and look. Let's go back to the first page. Take a moment and look. We'll first look at this page, then we'll look at the next one. Is there anything in particular that seems like should definitely be struck or that seems particularly off that we need to change in our next revision of this? And I can't see you all, so just feel free to unmute and say something. If you feel like there's something on here that doesn't work or that needs to be struck, then let me know. How about the second page? Anything on here that seems off or needs to be struck? Any questions about either of those two pages? Any questions about either of those two pages? And again, what we'll do is we'll go back and do another round of edits based on your feedback this evening. We also had some additional committee meeting dates to start the next school year, so that people can start scheduling ahead and being thoughtful. And so you'll want to maybe take a photo of this particular screen and let your staff know if any of these dates absolutely don't work so that adjustments can be made now while we're far, far away. But that's the feedback that we need is as you look at these dates and you look at these topics, if there's anything that you feel like should be adjusted, let us know. But my commitment is I'll work with your staff. We'll make some adjustments based on today's conversation and then get that back to you. Questions or comments about any of these dates or any of the proposed schedule? If you want to go back to the first page of the schedule, the March and April.
Jay, did you send something that folks are looking at?
Pardon?
Did you send something that we're looking at, or?
Do you not see something on the screen right now?
I don't, but maybe others. I have two screens, so this happens to me.
So I see the proposed 2022 spring schedule. Does anybody else see it, or is it just me?
I see it.
I see it now.
Okay. So any reflections, questions, adjustments that you think need to be, deleted, modifications made? And again, my commitment is to come back to you with a revision on this based on today's feedback. But any additional guidance regarding the items that are on the screen?
Sorry, regarding this, what's happening in terms of the schedule?
The proposed what's on the screen right now, the proposed 2022 spring schedule. Are there any items on there that should be struck? Like maybe now's not the time for them. Maybe they should be put later, something like that.
I don't know. I guess I would have questions about the grading policy.
Okay. You're thinking that maybe gets done more in the fall or something?
Maybe, unless it's time sensitive. I don't have the context for why it's there.
Staff, is that time sensitive? Megan's saying it is. Can we look at the second page again? The May, June, July. Any questions, concerns about those, or things that you think maybe are less of a priority that should be postponed?
I just want to mention that grading is directly related to student outcomes.
Well, so what I'm saying,
and we've been trying to get that finished all year because it also impacts exam school admissions, and it's important that we have a common standard around grading in the district. It's really critical foundation, just as MassCore policy was.
so as you can see on the July 20th, the intention is to have another major retreat. Between now and then, though, we would try to make some of the adjustments that you all called for this evening. It sounds like it'd be appropriate to have some type of session where the question is brought up, are there things that should be deleted from the existing goals so that room could be made for other things? Are there tweaks that should be made? I think it was Stephen who suggested, is there a more specific student group that should be targeted at a particular goal? So it sounds like some conversation around that is warranted between now and the end of July. But in addition, all the other topics that you all mentioned, try to figure out how to fit those in between now and July as well. And certainly if there are things that we just can't fit in, then we'll alert you to that. And then you all will have to make a decision, of what's more important than the other. But certainly we'll come back to you with a recommendation that is informed by your staff's their sense of what things are urgent operationally as well. Can we go to the next step screen? One more. So, as we said, we'll have a major retreat again. So today is one example, but we'll be doing this throughout the entirety of your service. We'll have the conversation about your goals and values. We spent all of our time talking about goals. We did not talk about values. That's the more kind of what are the operational non-negotiables that have to be honored on the path to the goals. We didn't dig into those this evening, even though we kind of glanced on them. And then there's an ongoing policy review. Brenda, you want to say something about the ongoing policy review?
I think that's just, one of the things that I think has been critical is to get a policy book completed for the school committee and for the general public that is easily accessible, is translated so that everybody understands the policy of the board. And then once that's created, that then they are bias reviewed by some subcommittee of the board and for anti-racist review. And then they come with a regular schedule. I mean, it's just kind of general good business. And we just don't have that.
And this is something committee members know that this is something that I have, worked with a lot of other school systems. This is not just you. This is a fairly common need to just make sure that we're being really transparent about how does the school committee operate. And let's just, instead of having it be unspoken norms, let's just make sure that it's properly written down so anyone can access. Can we go ahead and lower the slides? So we started off the evening, as a way of beginning to close down our time together. I want to just take a moment to harvest some of the learning. So we started off our time together doing some welcoming. We did a team building activity, and we learned that we have some extraordinarily interesting humans tuning in via Zoom this evening. So it's really interesting. I love getting to hear some of your personal stories and some of your journey. And then we talked about some of, your organizing, how you organize your time, and what are the things that you want to focus on, and what are some changes you want to make to allow you to be more effective in how you use your time. Then we talked about some of your goals and really thought through, are we going to need to tweak some? Are we going to need to make some changes? How will we make some time in our schedule to attend to our goals, to make sure that we have as priorities the things that are in fact this incarnation of the school committee's highest priority? And then we talked about the relationship between that and your agenda over the next several months, really leading through the end of July and some of the next steps. Now, as we come to the end of our time together for this retreat, if you had to use one word that sums up your experience of our time together these past, I don't know, it's been 4 hours. If you had to use one word to describe your experience or what you'll take away from our time together this evening, what would that one word be?
I'll start with grateful.
Grateful.
Yes, grateful that we're spending this time thinking long and hard about what's important for our students and what we as a committee can do to impact it.
Thank you.
Insightful.
Insightful.
Galvanized.
Galvanized.
Commitment.
Commitment.
Focused.
Focused.
Reflexivo.
Reflective. That's what that one was.
Did that go up? Curious? I'm sorry, reflective, curious.
Sobering.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Jerry?
Sobering.
Sobering. As we close out our time, before I pass the baton back to your board chair, I just want to express gratitude. Just thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me be a part of your journey. And just know that, our commitment at the council is absolute. Whatever we can do to support you all at being great, at representing the vision and values of your community, let us know. and who are happy to be supportive if we need to put together a team, of coaches to support you all, particularly as new board members, people coming onto the committee, relatively recently. If it'd be helpful to pair you up with school board members from around the country who serve similar demographics, so that you can hear what some of their struggles and what's worked and what hasn't for them. Like anything that we can do to really set you all up for success as you all attend to the key work of school committees, which is to represent the vision and values of your community and your school system. Anything we can do to set you all up for success, don't hesitate to call us. Thank you for having me, Madam Chair. Back to you.
I just want to thank you so much for coming and doing this retreat with us and getting us as a new team, learning a little bit about each other and getting us ready for the hard work that we're all facing. This is a great start, and we really thank you for your time with us. So thank you so much. And I also want to thank our members for their commitment to being here tonight. It's been a wild ride already in a very short period of time that we've been together as a board. And I think this really helps us again to grow together and will continue to help us, as I said before, move forward. So at this point, I want to move on to public comment. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. We have one speaker this evening. That person will have 3 minutes to speak, and I'll remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you're from before you begin. I will invite Edith Bazile to please unmute and testify. Thank you.
Edith, we
Bazile,
can't hear
you're
you.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I almost signed off. It's so late. Madam Chair, I do agree with you in your word choice, sobering. And I would ask if this body could prioritize dismantling systemic racism, which should undergird all goals, both inputs and outputs. In 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson lobbied for a Black History Week, which became a Black History Month. At that time, history books defended slavery and upheld the brutal system of white supremacy. Dr. Woodson's vision was that schools would ultimately teach the truth about Black history as an integral part of American history. But sadly, Black history has come and gone in BPS and has received very little attention, as have Black students, except for hyper-surveillance, harsh disciplining, overrepresentation in special ed, substantially separate classroom settings, underrepresentation in exam school, although Dr. Cassellius deserves credit for improving that outcome, and tracking in underfunded, understaffed, and under-resourced schools. McKinley schools, crumbling infrastructures, lack of academic focus, and disappearing population of students ignored. Research and evidence-based recommendations to improve Madison Park structure and operation ignored. P.A. Shaw's demonstrated commitment to equitable literacy as modeled by months of stellar testimonies by its impressive students ignored. Meanwhile, BPS leadership continues to overuse the word equity while pretending it has nothing to do with the widening gaps that have placed the district on academic life support, and now sparking serious conversations about receivership. Why? Because there is no accountability for tackling the other R word, racism. Systemic racism hurts everyone, but it is Black and brown students who pay the high price. Madam Chair, Malcolm X said, "I have no mercy or compassion in me for a society that will crush people and then penalize them for not being able to stand up under the weight," end of quote. BPS must confront and discard deficit-based anti-Black policies such as underfunding, understaffing, under-resourcing, and disproportionately closing Black populated schools. Recruit urban leadership with a track record, a proven track record, of proven literacy results for Black students. Commit to leveraging a high-performing team and collaboratively creating policies, procedures, and practices that lead to equitable, safe, and healthy school cultures. Committed to honoring true history and the full humanity of all staff and students, especially Black students. Leadership that uses research, evidence-based instructional assessment practice, professional development that is driven by data, progress monitoring, and continual improvement. BPS has the money. Does the mayor and the school committee have the will to tackle systemic racism and make BPS an educational oasis of equity and academic excellence for all students? Time will tell, and we'll be there watching and available for support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bazile.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes our speakers for public comment.
Before we move on to close out the evening, I want to give Dr. Casalius a moment to wrap up. Any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee members. I'm just so excited about this committee and the incredible passion that you all bring to the work. I feel very hopeful. I guess that would have been my word, because of this committee and being the bearers for our kids and carrying that torch forward to make sure that they get what they need. In particular, the discussion that happened around the facilities. I can't tell you how many people around Boston I talk about these facilities, and I know you've all heard it from me. So to hear you all speak so passionately about the need for our children to have beautiful places to learn and joyful places to learn just warms my heart. And I'm just very grateful and thankful and hopeful to all of you. So thank you for spending this time. We will get there. You know, there's progress to build upon. And I'm just very proud of this body and this team and encouraged by all of you.
Thank you. That concludes our business for this evening. And I want to briefly remind everyone, the Superintendent Search Committee community is kicking off a series of community listening sessions this week, starting tomorrow, Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. As you know, community participation is vital to the successful selection of the next BPS superintendent. Please invite your networks to sign up for one of the listening sessions and consider adding your voice in one or more ways. Community members may: 1, participate in a listening session to verbally share their voice. 2, email written input at superintendentsearch@bostonpublicschools.org. And 3, respond to a community online survey that is launching soon. You can learn more and to sign up for one of 4 sessions at https://www.bostonpublicschools.org/SUPT/search. Wednesday, March 9th from 6 to 8 p.m. is the general public session. Tuesday, March 15th from 6 to 8 p.m. The session will be conducted in Spanish. Thursday, March 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. It's a public session for BPS youth. And on Saturday, April 2nd from 10 a.m. to noon, it's another general public session. The Spanish session will be conducted entirely in Spanish with an English interpreter supporting English speaking search committee members. All other sessions will have interpreters in 9 languages, including ASL. On March 16th, this committee will hold an FY23 budget hearing at 5 p.m., followed by a regular school committee meeting at 6 p.m. If there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Cardet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes, good night.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes, buenas noches.
Mr. Tran,
Yes, good night.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes, thank you all. Good night.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes, thank you. The retreat is adjourned. Good night. See you tomorrow night. Good night.
Buenas